I need a sign when we start. Can someone give me a sign? Can we start? Yes? Woohoo! Okay. So hello to all packaging design community gathered here, and a warm welcome those who are watching us online. My name is Stebėkite. I will be your host today, and I'm very excited to welcome you to the 9th NAPA Baltic conference today, and awards afterwards. Today we're going to celebrate the best of the best in packaging design and explore the value of craftsmanship through 7 inspiring talks. But before we begin, I want to ask, small change. I would like to ask the chairman of Lithuanian Design Association, Algirdas Orantas, to the stage to say a few welcoming words here.
Labas visiems. Hello everyone. Jaukiai susipakavę į šitą gražią salę. And the cozy atmosphere, and I'm happy to see you for the 9th time in the NAPA Awards. And each year we're celebrating the best packaging from Baltic states. And each year I want to thank for Lithuanian Culture Council for supporting this event, and also for everyone who participates in this event. So everyone who sends their works, packaging design, jury members, thank you for coming and being with us, and to everyone who are part of packaging design community. So thank you everyone, and welcome to the 9th NAPA Talks and Conference.
Before we begin the presentations, let's review today's schedule. We have 7 talks planned with the lunch break in between, and we will conclude with this day with the award ceremony, and it will be 6:30. Please feel free to write any questions you have for presentations. We will have Q&A sessions after each talk. And if you are watching online, just scan the QR code you see on your screen and submit your questions to the Slido program. With a day full of exciting topics ahead, let's kick things off with the first talk by Paulius Senuta, advertising expert, writer, social activist, founder and partner of Not Perfect Network, the most prized creative agency networks in the Baltics. He has more than 27 years of experience working with 150 plus brands in every imaginable sector. Today he is going to talk about transition from design thinking to design doing. So please welcome Paulius to the stage, and let's open this event.
I got it right. Thank you, sir. Yes, hello. Right, so this is a funny experience of Lithuanians speaking English to Lithuanians, but I appreciate this. There are other people from other countries, which is great. It's getting international. Right, so my name is Paulius Senuta. I'm not a designer. And how many designers in here? Raise their hands. Very good. Any non-designers? Oh, not too bad. Fair mix. Good, thank you. So really appreciate you, mostly designers, coming from a really sunny day into a really dark room to listen from non-designer what he thinks about the design. Thank you so much. All right. Yeah, so as was mentioned, my name is Paulius Senuta. I'm founder of Not Perfect Network. We are not just design agency. We do 3 things in general. We do creative design and technology. We are really obsessed about the quality of our work, which shows up in multiple awards, including NAPA. We're really waiting to see how did we do this year. We have offices in 3 countries, and we have about 100 people. But the key thing why I'm talking here is because we obsess about our work. And what I want to do today is really do a provocation here. So it's talk about something that we think as a company is super, super important to get your results right. Is actually do things, not only think about them. And again, I would imagine that will not be relevant to some of you, and you have your own cultures. But for me, it's about sharing and really being honest. How did we get our work through? Yes, so that's what I'm going to do. Just to be clear, I'm going to talk about graphic design today. Not design. There's way more designs, of course, in this world. Can I get, I'm sorry, on my monitor, my slides? Thank you. Yes, so I'm going to talk today about graphic design, but things I'm going to say are applicable to design in general or to any creative endeavor. So I'm a writer. So as a writer, I find that doing things being super, super important to what I write. Okay, but today is graphic design. And we work a lot with the graphic design. And to me, when trying to conceptualize how things are going, it's super, super important to look where they're coming from. So I'm really a history buff. And I'm really interested in graphic design history too. I don't know enough, and I'm sure you know more than I do. I'm not trying to do a history lecture, but I'm going to try just to look into a few snippets, okay? So graphic design, the word is 102 years old, right? It's not very old. But the idea of graphic design is way, way older. So people being kind of arranging elements like text and visuals and colors and symbols for thousands of years, and for the purpose of conveying a message, right? So that's what graphic designers do. So some of the findings, and I really love going backwards. So that's 2,000 years before Christ, Book of the Dead. That's what we find in ancient. In ancient Egypt, you had this in tombs buried together with kings and queens there. And in there, you had those things composed. You had the hieroglyph text that tells the story. You had the pictures. You had the decoration and ornamentation. By the way, way better design than most of the designs that we have today. And this is, so there's been that effort by human beings to try and graphic design things to tell the stories many, many years ago. Jumping several thousand years forward, we arrive at the books, and books being instrumental to graphic design, as we know. So that's going to be Middle Ages, Europe. You had those monasteries and monks laboring over the books, trying to inscribe and tell the God's story. And again, these were beautiful. And part of the reason they were beautiful is because travel wasn't easy in medieval Europe. So styles didn't converge. You didn't have like all the monks coming together into one big NAPA conference looking at each other's style, and suddenly you just got one style for all the books, right? That didn't happen, which is great. So you have those pockets. So here we have Hiberno-Saxon style. That is the Book of Kells around 8th century after the Christ, where you had South England under influence of Byzantine. They had a contact. That's why those things become immensely ornate, but again, a beautiful piece of craft, but as well as storytelling. You read those things and you go forward. Now, just for the sake of a diversity, it's not just Europe that's producing books, all right? There's other places around the world. So here we're in Asia, that is modern-day Iran, then that's being called Persia. This is Shiraz school. In here you had those miniature paintings, and those miniature paintings, again, with the text were used to tell the story. This is, I'm sorry for my Iranian, Khamseh. This is about the prince, the story of the prince, and the prince is in the front of the castle. As you can see, beautiful. I would love current design to be of that kind of a quality. Right, now jumping again forward, the graphic design. So graphic design is influenced so much by technology, right? So technology is a driving force. So something that influences is immensely is movable type, right? So we had books, but books were made by hand. Later on, we have the movable type where you can arrange things and you have movable type, but as well on those wooden blocks, you do illustrations, you put them together, you print them, and then if you want some color, you still have to do your hand job. You have to apply the color on top of the page. So in here we have the earliest surviving books cover from 1476, Regimentus Calendarium, where you have who's produced that and when. So that is the oldest one. Going forward, and now I'm not skipping centuries, I'm more like skipping hundreds of years, and that's all right, to do in a minute. Now we get to Claude Garamond, and some of you obviously know there's lots of Garamond types, and there's a reason to this. So this is his petit serif, by the way, petit text, not petit serif, petit text type. But the important thing about this is the moment when typography gets disconnected with printing. So there's a specialization. So Claude Garamond is claimed to be the first person to produce types for the printing houses, sort of separately, and selling them to different printing houses at later stage of his own career. Jumping another 200 years forward, 18th century, we have two things happening. So we have Rococo movement. The Rococo movement is immense, very, very influential. It touches every sphere of an art, architecture, anything, including bookmaking. And the other thing that happens is a copper plate engraving. And copper plate engraving is important because you can make it way more detailed than before. So in here you have Robert Cleese engraving, but you can see how much immense detail that printing is getting. Fast forward to late 19th century, you have lithography and chromolithography, which helps you add color. And in here, you start having those more commercial applications, like the posters, like this one that advertises the event. So when chromolithography appears, people think of how we can sell those boring cans. And in here where the chromolithography gets applied to the packaging, I thought it's important to mention because that is a NAPA conference, right? And interesting what they apply in there. They apply really bold colors, sort of iconic pictures, a lot of aspirational things like banknotes, presidents, and that thing, kind of a thing. Going forward, I can't mention Toulouse-Lautrec, who's with Art Nouveau brings that culture of a poster, probably the way we understand it today, and he's like known as the grandfather of the poster. Interestingly, only in Germany I think this can happen, and I'll talk about it. I think Germans actually are behind the thought of design thinking. So Peter Behrens and his new objectivity school with an essential idea of functionality bringing in front of the form, so functionality has to be a driver. So he's more of a thinker now compared to a lot of people before. Interestingly, again, only in Germany, I think, in 1907, a big electric appliances manufacturer, AEG, decides to hire him to do all things design. So he's a guy who develops the logo that is consistently applied on all of their materials, and all other things like typography, secondary elements, and so on and so forth. There's a consistency in the system behind this. And we could say he's the father probably of a current visual identity systems. This is where it all started. I was always suspicious. It must be in Germany. Right. So jumping fast forward. So this typographer, William A. Dwiggins, the reason he is on my deck is in 1922, he coins the phrase graphic design, just to signal the emerging field, right? So this phrase is exactly 102 years old. And then fast forward many years, is computers arrive and all sorts of graphic interfaces and programs, and people experiment a lot of what kind of a graphic design can you do. So this one is really important in history because in 1998, that's a postage stamp in USA, which tells the story and rich story of the Frederick Olmsted. I didn't know who he is. I'm pretty sure no one knows. So he's been a landscape designer, sort of. So to make that story way more interesting, on a computer, they would manipulate several images together, make something transparent, make something larger, put things together. So that's kind of one of the first really visible examples of graphic design done on computer and used publicly in a very widespread manner. Right. So that was a short history of graphic design. And the reason I've done this is because I got a too long slot, about 40 minutes. I didn't know how to kill it. That's one reason. The other reason was I wanted to show I read books. But then there's the third reason, is what does the story of the graphic design tell us? What happened through the history from the Book of Dead to today in the graphic design. And I would claim that design's been very much about doing. Apart from Peter Behrens, who's a German, and you should excuse the Germans. But still, you had that culture of finding out through doing. And of course, it's a spectrum. So on the one hand side, you can have monks in the cells like really hardly laboring over the books. And on the other hand, you can have Peter Behrens, who's conceptualizing, but still much a maker. Right, so the history of a graphic design is so much about doing. So you would ask me, were they not thinking while doing? No, yeah, probably. They were thinking, and we don't know how much they've been thinking. And of course, they were coming with new ideas, new approaches, and so on and so forth. But most of the graphic design came through thinking. It wasn't kind of a very separated function, whereas, oh, there's a thinker and there's a doer. Or I spend 4 days thinking and I'm doing for 1 day. So design's been... There's been a lot of thinking while doing, but it was a doing practice. Now fast forward to the beginning of this millennium, when I set an agency in 2000 in Lithuania for some wrong reasons. What I found out was that the food chain of the way things were done in advertising agency or in a creative agency or in a design agency was something like this. And it's actually way longer food chain than I'm showing. I'm just making it smaller. So you would have a senior client who would be thinking of what he needs and how he would apply. And then he would talk to a junior client and tell what he was thinking, and the person would think about what should be done and how that should be approached, whereas he would go to a senior agency manager and tell what they're looking for, who would think about what has to be done, and he would communicate to junior agency manager who would think about the things, and then you would go, if you would have a design head, you would head to a design head, and design head would think, and then there's a poor graphic designer at the end of a food chain who has to design. Horrible, right? And I understand that's why designers sort of hated working at advertising agencies at the moment. They were saying, look, like everyone's talking, no one's doing shit. And, like, why I have to do all the job? So what was happening, and I believe this is the stimulus, this is where the reactivity came, and I think the reactivity went too far away, they swung too far away, where they said, look, we don't want to design, we want to think as well, right? So we would have a full food chain where no one's doing anything, everyone's thinking. So I'm pretty sure the inspiration was looking into the food chain, like why the fuck we're doing something like when no one's doing anything, right? Good, but this is where those people were. I think that was a part of a larger picture. So the larger picture, and I think it's about 50 years, and I think that's one of the most horrible things that happened to civilization. There's a cultural shift overall from valuing doing to valuing thinking, where people say, look, if you do something, that is commodity for some reason, I don't know why. But if you think, conceptualize, there's an idea, very great in the clouds. Oh, that's intellectual capital. That's no small shit. That's really something you need to care. I think that's, frankly, the most horrible thing that's happening in our industry. Valuing thinking over valuing doing. And within that kind of paradigm shift, of course, a lot of things happen. So one of the big things that happen is ideas design thinking. And I think those guys actually did a great job. By the way, I'm certified design thinker. And it's a great process how to use creativity to solve problems. The problem, I think, is in the name. So if you look into design thinking by IDEO, it's not just thinking, right? There's a lot of doing in there. But for funny reason, they called it design thinking. So knowing how headlines are important in the world, what happens, most people read just headlines. So a lot of designers read a headline and they said, oh fuck, design thinking. I like that, right? And this is like a eureka moment. Thinking! I don't need to design anymore. Now I'm going to think. Ideas design thinking is famous. It doesn't matter. It's not just about design. So what I've started to see, and we are very much doer culture. What I started to see something like this. So now you zoom into designer, and there's a lot of thinking, and doing a little bit. And there's nothing wrong about thinking. I'm not trying to undermine that. I think it's all about the balance where the pendulum is. But what we find as well, having a doer culture, like when graphic designers come into our agency, we struggle quite a lot because they just have typically very different attitude. It's like, I'm going to sit and think, but oh yeah, we got a lot of people thinking like, could you design please? It's like, no, there's no dignity to design, right? There's dignity in thinking. And I see that enormous influence into valuing thinking. So now that we value thinking, I thought when there's a cultural and paradigm shift and people change the way that they do things, typically they change because there's kind of some impetus to that. But there's not much reflection of what value does the new approach brings. And that's why I'd like to talk about what is the value in thinking, and then talk about are we losing something with designing less, right? I'll make it really short because I have 5 minutes and I spent 20 minutes on the history. So part of the things why people find thinking very, very appealing is because people think that thinking is objective and design is subjective. Design is so much about aesthetics. I like it, I don't like it. There's a lot of discussions, I'm tired, and I want something objective. And thinking must be objective. So for me, being a planner and a strategic planner for many years, one of the things I can tell you, if thinking is objective, is crap. Okay, because anyone can do the most obvious and simple thinking that is logical and approachable to everyone. So there's another guy, not a designer, Niels Bohr. I don't know if anyone knows. So he helped Oppenheimer build a nuclear bomb, and he got a Nobel Prize for quantum physics at the beginning of this century. And this guy, he used to say, no, you're not thinking, you're just being logical, right? Because so having an agreed logical steps, there's no innovation, there's no value anyone can do. Is you know, you just kind of you're just white noise. It's obvious to anyone, and there's no value. So a lot of things I see in design thinking is so obvious, so logical that everyone knows them. So spend your 4 out of 5 days to tell me the most obvious things. What is the value in that? Not much, frankly, and a lot of it, and this is because I think it's because of those expectations that people had towards the design thinking. Oh, is it going to be objective? So, you know, I will not struggle in discussions and just tell those things. But what happened is the formulaic thinking. Everyone thinks the same, totally the same process, same priorities, and there's nothing, there's no novelty. It's just obvious what you hear. It's just elementary. I mean, you spend 2 weeks on that, you know everything. You know, so where's the value? And then you boost it with the same references from D-Line and a few other sources, and you have the sea of sameness. So I would question, what is the value of so-called design thinking? I would say that the gains are at very best limited with formulaic thinking. And what I can see, there's a lot of justification that's coming from the side of a design thinking, and design's really getting worse. Like, and I didn't want to pick on anyone, but like for me, I don't like any of those designs, but this is way worse than this one. I'm sure it was justified with a crappy design thinking. Because the only thing you want to see, I'm sorry if it's someone's design, but I had to show something. I can't be always just talking in clouds. Is when the only thing that you have is your rationale, and rationale is really very poor. There's not much in it. And you say you don't care about aesthetics. Things just getting worse. I think a lot of design is just getting worse. So that's one thing. I think design thinking is very formulaic. There's not much value in it. And it has a bad habit of overruling aesthetics. That is important as well. The other thing I don't have more friends here, okay, I understand. Not speaking at another event. The other thing I want to bring up is, what are we losing with designing less? And I think we're losing a lot. I'll bring up 2 points in here. So the first one is this inherent value aesthetics. It's not like don't care, like Peter Becher said about aesthetics. It's super important to us as a human. A lot of studies show that even without any cultural layer, and especially when you add cultural layer, people react to aesthetics. So babies at 3 months old, they start seeing things. When a face comes near to them, right, because they don't see in the distance, you need to. If you got a symmetrical face, they smile, they laugh. The more asymmetrical face you get, they start crying, right? They don't have any cultural layer, nothing. So there is a value in aesthetics, inherent. And we are getting, with the design thing, why I don't like it, is like, oh, it's just function, forget aesthetics. Aesthetics is subjective and blah, blah, blah. No, aesthetics is important. We as a human beings have a big relationship with aesthetics. The second thing, even more important, is, I think, is this loss of serendipitous discovery. And that is the most important. So when you design thinking, quite often, and again, some people may come with original ideas, but what I've seen, you just repeat the same obvious things. There's not much original, interesting ideation that's happening. When you start doing things, even if you have a plan, things gonna happen in various ways. I'm as a writer, I know it's real. I was writing a book, I had a plan, how story is gonna develop. I sat to my laptop writing, rewriting stuff, and there's a lot of things interesting that happened that really made that book way, way, way more interesting. So unless you do a lot of things, you don't have a chance of serendipitous discovery. You really, really need to do things for interesting things to pop up. And again, we're talking graphic design and history and saying, okay, look, that's been the history, that was the type of a practice. But as well, like you, for example, in tech, you would guess, oh, they're techies, so they're thinking a lot and doing a little. And that's totally bullshit. That's totally bullshit. It's totally different. So tech companies are actually encouraging to think less and do more. If you think about the way Facebook, Google work, they try to as quickly as possible prototype things, make them online. People test it. They find what works, what doesn't work. They improve it, and they do things as they go. So the agency I cherish the most, White & Kennedy, there's a guy in Tate who happened to work at tech companies and agencies. And White & Kennedy, by the way, is advertising agency, but is a design agency too. They do a lot of design. So when he says advertising, he means design too. So there was an interesting thing where he was talking about his different experiences, how he was working at an advertising/design agency, and he was working at a tech company. And that was super interesting, and I'm gonna quote, because that's very important. Having worked at both tech companies and agencies, the biggest difference is in where the bulk of time is spent on a project. In most ad agencies, and he means design agencies too here, there's historically been a lot of time spent thinking, conceptualizing, packaging work, presenting, representing, amending, etc. Then you have a relatively small window at the end when you actually make the thing. The culture at Google, well, Creative Lab anyway, is often the complete flip of that. And the same is true of digital agencies I worked at. The initial ideas are figured out more quickly, and you get into the execution as soon as possible. The process of making is actually where a lot of the figuring out gets done. That's the most important. The process of making is actually where a lot of figuring out gets done. The idea that might have sounded amazing on paper can often be less good when you start playing around with it. And personally, I'd much rather know that early in the process than later. The process of making is actually where a lot of figuring out gets done. That is our culture, and again, I'm preaching our culture here because everyone's doing their own thing, but we have a culture where the process of making is actually where a lot of figuring gets done. And when we do anything, this is just tons of designs that goes into. So, and this is just a small sample because you can't fit into it. Just to find that kind of funny animal on the trim bottle, we labor through so many things. The porridges, it was just growing crazy, the types of explorations we were doing. Or if you need to clean your windows, rescue, very good appliance. Again, we developed the brand, but again, we looked into so many visual solutions of what's gonna work, and we've selected this. So it's not that just instructions, we've developed our process. It's called creative fast forwarding, fast forward, which is basically about finding out what works through doing. I will not go through every immense detail in here, but the very main idea here is really to fast forward to as many execution prototypes as possible, so you can look backward from what you're getting rather than just conceptualizing, oh, if we put an animal, you really see what happens with those things. And a lot of people come to us and say, oh, fuck, but there's a lot of design. It's painful. We don't want to design for much. You guys are crazy, super inefficient. We're laser focused. We produce 3 designs and the packaging is done. And again, it works for different people, it works differently. But what I've noticed, that it depends on your attitude and your set of mind. So when you're focused on really I need to be more efficient, it's really so difficult for you to design. But really a lot of designers come for the fun of designing and enjoying this. And designers in our agencies, there's a lot of joy of being productive. You produce so many things, you put them, you print out, you go through all of them. And this, It's not the misery of procrastination and great conceptualization. You're just doing things, and through doing, you really find out what works. So whatever you take from this meeting, you're free to think whatever amount you want. But I would ask you to design more. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Paulius.
Yes.
And I will take the advantage being on a stage here with you and ask first question.
Yes.
Because I work with designers every day.
Right.
So how do you ensure that design doesn't go sideways? Then you're doing a lot.
Yeah, right. I think some of the best discoveries go when design goes sideways. I think a lot in our briefing, again, the logical process is so limited, brief so boring, people don't imagine what it can happen. And quite a lot of things, like stories you hear about a lot of creative product is actually about things going sidelines. I don't think that's a bad thing. Actually, championed it. I think time for it's not just you always want to be off brief and it's just completely whatever doesn't work on the shelf or whatever. There's criteria you're gonna monitor, but a lot of inspiration is gonna come when you're off the brief and you're gonna look at it and you say, my intuition saying is interesting. It's off the brief, I know, but maybe let's stop for a moment, think what's interesting. Maybe let's think about the brief. Maybe brief is crap. Maybe it could be different. It's really, this is what I mean by discovery through doing, through making. Yes, so I think, because I'm a planner and I'm a brief writer, right? And if you think about brief writing, it's the most arrogant function on planet Earth. So there's one person takes the pen and tells everyone what it should be. What the fuck? Are you a god? Albert Einstein. How the fuck do you know, right? So I think briefs should be challenged. A very good way to challenge them is through looking at some kind of inspiring thing that you yet don't know what that's gonna become, but it's way more interesting than the fucking brief. Sorry for fucking.
Thank you for your answer. Do we have more questions? Yes? Maybe I will go and... Here? Yes? No? No? Okay. Do we have any questions online? No? Okay, so thank you, Paul.
Thank you, I'm free, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, one more question. Oh, okay. Can we have a QR code once again on the screen? Of course, if you are here and don't want to say it out loud, you can always write it on Slido. That's how it works. Okay. And now, moving forward, our second guest, Eva Abula, is a designer, lecturer, and co-founder of Gatteris Works. Her main focus, typography. We talked a lot about typography here, and its use in urban and interior space. Last year, she co-founded Spatial Design Studio that brings together graphic design and architecture to form a mutually beneficial practice. So join me in welcoming Eva to stage, and let's dive into synthesis of type and space.
Is this working? Yeah, perfect. Thank you, NAPA, for having me. We had a blast judging all the beautiful works, and we're really excited for the winners. And thank you, Paulius, as well, for warming up the stage and talking a little bit about type and about doing. So there's going to be a lot of that in my talk as well. And just to kind of, warm up a bit, my name is Eva. I'm from Riga in Latvia. And this is the usual position I find myself in, drawing signs and decorating spaces of cafes and lots of different offices, let's say. And then I just wanted to kind of start with a little it will make sense, I promise. It's like a little CV of mine. So for the last couple of 7 years, I worked at Overpriced Design Studio. It's a great studio in Riga. If some of you don't know it, please check it out. They're doing great work. And then in the middle of my work at Overpriced, I kind of felt that the work that I was doing was all around the space. It was sometimes packaging, sometimes book design, exhibitions, and I kind of felt the urge to focus and really go deep in something, to kind of explore and really become at least a bit master of something. And so I went to Type Media, which is a master degree in the Netherlands, in The Hague. It was very hard, very amazing. And even though I came back to Overpriced to work, but the Type Media influenced my practice greatly. So more and more I started gravitating to type. And that eventually led me to leaving Overpriced and founding my own practice over there. And somewhere along the way, I also started teaching at the Art Academy of Latvia. It's kind of in the soil, it's a dark spot, but I don't know if some of you teach. It is very challenging, but nevertheless, it has also informed my practice a lot. And the thing I want to talk about today is about this exploration of depth of one craft and yeah, focusing your energy. And yeah, so I'll talk about 6 projects of mine. They're very varied in their executions, but the typography is, or some kind of type design, is very central to all of them. And I'll start with my graduation project at Type Media. It's Austria Typeface. And so I've studied abroad 2 times. Both of the times my graduation works were very focused on something that is tied to heritage of Latvian design. And this time was not an exception. Got very, very homesick during my studies, so I had to go home in some way. So I did that by exploring our history of typography. And the thing with Latvian history, and I guess it's kind of similar to Lithuanian history of typography, we don't really have this connection to brush, because a lot of our type was constructed, hand-drawn, and therefore it's kind of lacking in this contrast and fluidity. It's very clunky in a way. As here you can say there's a lot of these straights and rounds, and it's kind of biting a little bit. But I thought that it was interesting to kind of explore how we could actually take this and rationalize it in a way that we could actually use it in a book and kind of make it a text typeface. So by chiseling away all that can't really work in a system, the 2 things that I focused on was the very rounds and the sharp straights. So when I looked at the posters and works of Ancestors, the text was kind of not shining, but it was kind of rippling. And so by kind of taking these contrasting volumes, Austria text was born. And yeah, so if you can evaluate, it is kind of a bit fighting within the text. So these rounds and straights, they do oppose each other, but at the same time, it does work in the text. It does, for Latvians, I guess, you should ask them, but it seems a bit homey. And yeah, that's how it looks in a smaller scale. And then we also It was a big test of the typeface. We used it in a book of 480 pages. That was very distressing, but very rewarding afterwards. And the book is also describing, it's like the first description of our geography and Latvian people before the country was even formed. And so with this first project, I really delved into kind of taking the tradition, taking the craft, but making it relevant to our own context and kind of giving it new life. And then I got very, very sick of digitizing, and it was a year of just sitting by the computer, and I just needed a detox. So this next project came along. It was a bakery. It's 17 square meters, and they use a lot of wood and clay and really like natural, beautiful materials within the interior. And they asked me to do an identity. And when I was design thinking, I was kind of opposed to like a structured system in such a small space because it felt kind of alien to such a lively and warm place. And I decided that maybe we should do some kind of like anti-design and design each element of the graphic kind of native to its form historically. So we did a lot of sign painting, and then the sign was also, it didn't say the name of the place, it just said bread, as they did in the past with the signage. And it's also, it's without any light, which people usually ask me, but you don't see it in the dark. And we're so obsessed with everything being seen and recognized. And sometimes these places don't need that much attention. They just need to be kind of these calming sanctuaries of morning bread. This is the only thing that was basically designed on a computer, where the logo isn't even printed, it's just embossed. And to this day, this is my favorite piece of design probably that I've made. Just this one yellow strip of recognition, I guess. Yeah, a couple of more elements that we did there. Sign painting on the mirror as well as a menu, and yeah, hand stuff, hand craft wherever we could introduce it. Which brings me to a next project that we did for the office while I was still working there. So Overpriced lives in this small little house. It's a renovated building, but it's kind of in this square and nobody could find it. And of course, yeah, we had to do a signage for ourselves. And the thing with this building is that it wasn't renovated super nicely. So the plaster, it's done by hand and you can see it. So it's kind of this texture a bit, and so I was thinking, so what do we do with the signage? Should we laser it, or how does the computer and the handmade plaster thing come together? And I was kind of exploring ways how to respect the context that I was working with. So I came up with also coming away from computer, kind of still detoxifying from the typeface making. I decided to make this signage by hand by first making these clay molds, and then they were sandcasted in aluminium, which was a very interesting process because you have to communicate with with the guys somewhere in the garage who are doing the sign casting, and you're trying to get in the garage to photograph the stuff, but they're not very interested in that. So that was one of the videos that I received with that beautiful R. It's usually like casted in a closed box, but they just specifically made it for me, and which informed also new shapes because the aluminium looks really great and rounded when it's sand casted. And this is how it looks, and it just lives there on the wall and respects the building a lot, and just really enjoyed making it. And it's now a bit kind of it was very, very shiny, but now it's a bit duller. And this is the surprises that you can never predict. This was this December. We were giving a talk in Norway, and then the colleagues sent us this in the morning. So yeah, respecting the context. In terms of better bread and overpriced signage, I feel like just looking at the space that you're working with and really starting with that, really kind of looking at the materials, looking at like how big is the space and what are the colors, and kind of really being mindful of that is very important than just kind of starting at the computer. Then a couple of small projects. A museum is kind of your type of museum. It's an art center in a bit of a rundown area, and it was a huge development, and that was a first project where graphic design team was involved from the very beginning together with the architects. So it wasn't like at the very end when everything is done, okay, so graphic designers come in and design something to add to the space. But we're very hands-on from the day one, and the space obviously also needed a signage, and although it has the huge museum letters on the roof, we thought that it might be nice to also respect the brick building and make a signage that would be kind of there. It would seem that it was there for a very long time. And I'm pretty sure that in Lithuania you also have these buildings where, in Soviet times especially, where they would kind of put the bricks a bit out and make a date of the building when it was built. So I was inspired by that, and obviously we couldn't, like, from the start up put the bricks out, but after long discussions with the construction team, and I really had to send a couple of architects to talk with them because they weren't listening to me at all. So they were like, "What are we doing that? We're no artists." So they were, gluing, or how you say it, but basically those they were carving out the signage and then like putting new bricks in. It's one of the things that I'm kind of, every time I'm passing it, I'm still like looking if it's still there, if no brick has fallen on the ground. And then another project where typography was inspired by the actual building or environment was a small fisherman stand, not a fisherman stand, a fish market stall inspired by fishermen huts. It was in Agenskalna Tirgus in Riga. And so we looked at the construction of these fishermen huts and how sometimes the wood planks are just like functionally put together, not even thinking like about the aesthetics. So the signage was also inspired by that, and this is how it looks. It's almost unreadable, but if you know that it says fish, it does say fish. But yeah, just like a small, intriguing thing in a stall. And yeah, the overpriced signage and museum and fisherman stall, they're all kind of drawing, they're not only respecting the thing that you're putting the type on, but you're also kind of influencing yourself by the material, by the brick, by the wood, and you're making type out of that. And then the sixth project, the final one, so you're soon free. It's a bridge that I would never think that I would ever design. But it was also a collaboration with architects. In Riga, it was a competition for this pedestrian bridge over the canal. And so this area is still kind of developing, and it needed some kind of identity element to that. And we thought that maybe let's try out our collaboration and put some letters on the bridge as well. We didn't get to win it. We got second place, but so these are the letters. Also very informed by the construction itself. And I always find this process of talking with the architects, talking with the engineers, kind of trying to find a middle ground of where we can make something aesthetically pleasing, but also not compromise the construction. Yeah, I guess we didn't get the first place because it was too gloomy for the jury, but this is how Riga looks 9 months out of 12, you know it yourselves. But yeah, I guess the main point there was to kind of have the foot in a conversation with the architects, with the municipality, that the graphic design is not something that's an afterthought, that we could also work together and yeah, come up with solutions for identity of a place altogether. A couple of more images. And yeah, what I wanted to say with this one is that once you kind of established your foot in the craft, you've tested it in various applications, you're really free to kind of translate it to any medium, and it's just so surprising and so giving when you do that. Or maybe I'm just too bored to just design typefaces, so I'm like trying to collaborate with whoever. And that brings me to my wrap-up and an amazing illustration once again. So in the beginning, I was talking about focusing the energy and kind of delving into one craft. So my ex-boss once told me that there are faucet people and there are shower people. There are people who do one thing and master it, and there are people who do lots of things and they're kind of gathering all together, like art directors would say. And it's a question for you, I guess, which one of those you are. But for myself, I definitely found that delving into one direction and exploring it and challenging it with different mediums really works for me. Yeah, so you can have a think, but that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. And once again, I want to ask first question. When you enter new spaces, do you like fantasize what kind of design would fit there?
I do. It's a disease. Yeah, it's funny, not about spaces, but when I just graduated from Type Media, I was using Messenger, and I saw like flaws in spacing of the typeface, and that happens with physical spaces as well. You just see too much, and it's a bit tiring, but you know.
Okay. Do we have any more questions here? Oh, okay.
Nice. I wanted to ask you, when you create, are you more of a person who has one visual already from the beginning, or are you always end up exploring and going someplace else?
Definitely exploring and challenging. Yeah, because as Paulius said, you have to figure out and actually make the mock-ups. I cannot design these things on a computer. I just have to physically have a look, make a physical huge cardboard sign and like test it. Otherwise, it's just too. The 2D is not really working with my practice. So definitely.
Anyone? Okay, do we have any questions in Slido? No? So thank you very much for beautiful typography. And now I would like to invite Tuukka Kvist, the co-founder and head of design at Cobra Agency based in Helsinki. Specializing in impactful design solutions, Tuukka and his team aims to break conventions and foster authenticity through projects ranging from cosmetics branding to French cider campaigns. So he is already on the stage. Give him a round of applause, and stage is yours.
Sorry, couldn't wait anymore. Needed to get to the stage. Thank you. Yeah. Today, talking about creating joy. It's nice. I'm really happy about that. The summer is here now, finally, after a long winter. But I'm really like a garden person, and nature, all of that. But the spring and summer, it always means that there's going to be allergies. And I just like to start with my favorite packaging that is related to that we have in Finland. It's this you can see what it is, right? And this is I just love this packaging. It's somehow it's so raw, and rarely you see packaging that shows the action of it. And, it's really, they have a lot of do you have these problems, da-da-da-da-da-da. And it's really good, the product is really good, but I found it interesting that they don't just use the product, just show the product, If you go to the pharmacy, you're looking for the thingy, not the image necessarily. But I like how the look of the model is a bit seductive in a way. Recently, they did an upgrade for the packaging. So I think huge improvement, a bit more crazier, look really intensive, If you look closely, there's some tearing in the eyes, and it's just I think this happened through when the COVID thing was happening. So they decided to put really big, it's easier for you to breathe, when you use this. So they took the advantage of a situation in the world and still selling in stores. But somehow this again, if these people would come to my practice and say can you do a redesign, I would have to say that I can't do better than this is, because it's just so I don't know what to do with it. It stays in your head, And somehow it also reminds me of this. This was when I was flying to Prague, and it was in the airplane toilet. So I had to take a picture of it, because this is basically what design is without all the makeup. It's just making something function, and they made it to function. It's raw, but somehow it was funny. So enough of that. More about me. So this is me around 6 years old at a bar. I used to hang out at this bar a lot with my father. My father was a lighting artist. My mother was a modern dance choreographer. So we hanged out at this bar a lot, and then we lived in a back room of a theater for a long period of time. Yeah, jumping like 10 years forward. This is me in the teens, you know, heavily into West Coast rap, you know, Tupac, everything like that, living my best gangster life. Nice setting with everything. Fast forward from that, 10 years. This is me in where was it? Texas. Yeah, we went to Texas to drive motorcycles, and then I saw this guy, and I was so happy about it. I was like, I have to meet him. You know, the Terminator guy was like liquid, because Terminator was a big movie in my childhood. It was like epic, like FX, everything. So I walked to him, Robert Patrick, I think is his name. So I walked to him and was like, hey, I'm Tuukka from Finland, can I take a picture? And he was like, yeah, sure. And we bonded for a minute. Highlight of my life. It was a really great trip, enjoyed it a lot. Lasted for 3 weeks. After 3 weeks, gained 8 kilos. I was eating everybody's leftovers. None about that. And then during that time when I got back, I think I applied to the art school for the 3rd time. Because it said, like, if you like to draw, you should apply to graphic design. So that's when I found graphic design. This is my drawings, you know. Really heavily into hip hop at that point. This is, you know, in the mid-2000s probably. Well, got in on the 3rd try. Met some great people. Here we are, first week at school, you know, bonding. Going to this, like, masquerade. Why our face are painted white, it's because we wore these, like, you know, what do you fish for? I think during school, I think I just somehow found the joy of creating in a way. And after 1st year, I went to do my internship, actually in the place that Marko today is talking about. Went to their studio, and we started working on this. It was probably one of the first projects that I was working, which was for an airline company, this called Blue One. I think it was part of like a bigger Scandic airline thingies. But we got called from our summer holiday, like, do you want to work on this project? Of course, I was hungry, you know, hungry young designer, so we came back and started working on it. And yeah, super happy there. Yeah, so the thing was that they needed, the concept was to have this like big bold type in it, and we could have just bought the type, but for some reason, because we, you know, like doing stuff so much, we snuck to the school's letterpress room to create this font, or we found it in the drawers, you know, all the letters, and started creating it. But we didn't know anything about letterpress, so we were on a tight schedule, but the thing was that it dries really slowly when you put the paint, and we put like a lot of paint to it. So it took like maybe 2 weeks to dry out. But in the end, we got to kind of do it and started making these different cuts. And this project is one of those things that, for some reason, I have often been questioned that, what is your favorite project of all time? And somehow this project always comes to my mind because there was so much somehow joy in the making of it. I don't know, it was always like stick to my head of this like creation, sneaking into the school and doing, you know, stuff in our way. And then I think also like when you work stuff on this, the passion somehow translates in the work to the client side for everything. It somehow shows up, you know. There's a lot of fonts like this, but still, of course, it was an airline company for licensing purposes also. It's good that they have their own font. But yeah, in the end, we created this Blue One premium thing. Although it was premium, it was meant to feel rugged. And then it was just so rewarding to see it in the airport for the first time, something actually real after school, something coming to life. And yeah, but this making by hand has always been a big part of my creativity. So at some point I went to this ceramics class around this time, and everybody was making these plates and nice things, but I wanted to make this stone. Because somehow I was thinking, like, it's cool, clay, it's basically like a stone thing, so I'll make it a stone. So then I started painting it, and I had it always on my desk, like on the side of the desk. And whenever I was waiting for, comments or something is loading or something, so then I just continued with the painting and continued. Long process, took months, massive project. And in the end, I got some moss to grow in it. So happy about it. Again, creating joy. And I think, like, in my life, I just feel that it's so much on your own responsibility to make you happy. So it's somehow like you need to create it for yourself, how you see the world. But yeah, then from this experience of painting, I moved on to a next project, which was this. We worked for a company that sells these sheds, garden sheds, trash can sheds. So the idea was that there's this like gnome that is a real estate agent, and he's selling them. So this was also a big achievement. A lot of time went on this, but I'm really happy about the result. How the beard was faded, epic. He looked sharp. Then we had a photo shoot for it. He has his little, available sign there. But still, I think, again, we're constantly on the kind of creating with the hands. And it follows to this day on our studio also. This is a recent case we did for this modern dance company. Not my mom's, but my mom's friend's company. And it's called Liisa Pentti. And in this, the type was a big part of it. And the project, all in all, it was a really nice experience of this, maybe breaching like a generational gap. Because we did all the font and all the typography with Letraset. So first we had to scout, different types that would suit the project and get those. And then, maybe junior designers didn't know what Letraset is. So it was, I don't know if you know, but it's this, you transfer letters to paper by scraping it. But in this process, it was also so rewarding because, when you put it on the paper, you can't erase it anymore. And they don't sell the Letrasets anymore at the stores. So you can't just like make another one. You have that one try. So you need to somehow celebrate the mistakes that happen. And this project is all about that being like undone in a way. Let's see if... Yeah, well, here's just a collection of like what the project is about. So it was because their company is constantly trying to develop like the movement of the body in the space and so on. So it was, because it's all about the constant development, we wanted to feel like partially like you could say like a school work in a way, that it feels that there's a concept. But the main thing was these images that we had, and then also cutting them, creating these new spaces around them, how the body interacts with the space. And we wanted to bring the dynamism of John Cage and these kind of things. Yeah, dynamism. But the main format was the posters, since their marketing budget was really low. So we needed to focus, and that was the only thing we wanted it to kind of create its own language in a way. So we have a collection of all type of different treatments, but the main thing is the kind of what is in the header, the logo, that then works as the framework for the whole project. But it was nice. For all the printing, we used litho print and so on. So it was like going back to really basic stuff. And kind of like in Eva's presentation, we also had some metal people working on some signage. And it was nice because we didn't know what would like come from the workshop. So it came out nice. And on the streets, then the whole thing was this, that you saw this like everywhere, and we posted them, and people started posting them to us, and it was nicely kind of displayed on the street, and gained a lot of attention in that way. And also, being in this marketing format, it was really nice to kind of use something pretty basic when you couldn't really use that much like digital platforms and so on. But then, what I do a lot when I'm in Helsinki, I walk around the streets, and I really enjoy looking at stuff that are in the streets. So here, this is on my way to work, and this is coming back, morning, a little bit sad, coming back, hello, that guy, really tired. So I don't know what these are something like renovation stuff, but I somehow automatically do this. They have like personalities. So my mind starts to, finding this, like, what is this guy? What is his thing? And, every day they're different. Yeah. Then another thing, like, when we're looking at this level, then we start looking up. And this is like it's not like OCD, but really heavy on this. So these like empty walls in buildings. We don't have those that much in Helsinki. I think here I had the pleasure today of walking around like 3 hours. Really enjoyed your city. Really exciting. Unpredictable. But Helsinki is quite predictable in that way. But these walls are fantastic. And they have these like windows that I in my head call secret windows, because it's somehow weird that the architect, whoever did the building, there's always this like one window placed in a fucking empty wall. And like, why? I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. So, but then in my head, like I have this, I made a small booklet about it, but I write these stories about the people who live in this window. And they're different. Especially this window is like super rare. Rare shape in Helsinki. But for me it feels that it's maybe some like sailor guy living in this place, Hemingway-ish, maybe with his like bottled boats. Somehow the shape of the window just, takes me to the maritime world. But this is a big thing that brings me joy, these windows. But then, like, again, looking down, there's this one crossing in Helsinki that in the rail, what is it, the tram thing is. So here, you have this like, Transformers logo in the year 2011. So this is highly intriguing to me, that who did that and why? It must have been somebody at the plant, where they create the tram things, because it's not done like after that. So it's really intriguing to think about this, that there's a lot of kind of like designers that are hidden doing stuff like this. So another thing is plastic bags. And when you go to a shop, you really rarely look at the bag, how it looks. It's like you kind of know how it looks, but if you lay it out flat on a table or something, it looks different. And again, we are at the point that I wouldn't redesign any of this. I think like this material, you know, combined with this nice strawberry things. This is from a, you know, where you buy berries, a stall. And this is a pharmacy plastic bag. Again, I think the layout is epic. And that's, well, you know, grocery store. Just a full-blown image. And it says that it's a bit better food store than the others. And I don't know, there's just something that, you know, somebody has made this, I don't know who it is, but it's really good. As is this. I saw this just before coming here, and I was like, this is like fantastic. Because it feels that it's basically like somebody has put the info in a PowerPoint and sent it over to the printing place. And then they were just like, okay, we're going to do it like this. And just put it in a van. But again, I think all design has this like tipping point that if this driver of this van would come to me like, Tuukka, let's make the van look better, I would have to say that I can't. Because I don't know how, you know? It's memorable. It has like what the company is. And the two main problems. Seagulls making nests and the snow. So you already know, like, there's no way to make it better. Just a close-up for you guys. And another thing, I take the subway every day to work. And there's this, what do you call it? Hätäpuhelin. It's like, you know, when you have an emergency phone. Yeah, right? So this is in the core of like an engineer designing something. Because there's a lot of things that doesn't make any sense to me. But for some reason they are there. You know, these triangles, I don't know, maybe they tell something for somebody. And then like this whole thing, and then you have the font choice, and you know, there's so many things happening that it's somehow, but the thing with this that bothers me is how these holes are in the thing. It's like scattered, it's not unified somehow. So that's the only thing, otherwise perfect. But here, you know, Dieter Rams, he has it perfect. But they're kind of similar, so maybe the person, whoever designed it, had a reference point to it and was like, I'm gonna make my Dieter Rams happen. But I think we were working on a logo that had these like dotted things. And this is really hard to make, to feel balanced and unified. So we were working with this space nation called Startup. And the logo had this like, you know, ball and then these dots that were the nation. But although we had like not as many balls as in Dieter Rams thing, it was still like really hard to get it somehow locked. Where are they positioned and so on. But in the end, following Dieter Rams, we made it there. It felt like it's nicely put together. Talking about logos, one of my favorites that I've made is this. It's a communication company, it's like content communication, so on. And mainly I like this logo because I got the Illuminati sign into it, and I was like, this is great, you know. Big fan of conspiracy theories. But the whole logo was like, you know, their passion for the work, the insight. Then we have the data-driven thing, and then last but not least, alchemy's transformation sign. But mostly really happy about the Illuminati thing. But overall about logos, I think it's really interesting how a logo gains its like value in the end. Like Gucci, this was when I was in Japan. I saw this in a small town, this bag hanging with the shirt out. And, you know, I don't know if it's a Gucci shirt, maybe it is, but somehow the placement of the bag and everything made it like not feel valuable at all. So the logo somehow lost its meaning in this. But there was this one case just now in Finland, this like Iittala brand, and they have this logo. It's been from the 60s or something, and it's always placed on the products, like you see there. And it's this constant conversation about like, should you get it out or not? Should you leave it in the glass or take it out? And people are like really like 50-50 on it. Like, no, you should leave it. I was once selling like, we had some of the wine glasses, and I was selling them at this marketplace, and the buyer came, and there was a couple of glasses missing the sticker, so didn't buy them. Probably not, it wasn't real. But yeah, it cost, they did a logo, renewed the logo, got rid of this like heritage thingy, and it caused a big conversation. People hating. It lasted for like 3 months or something. People hating on Instagram on their comments like, it's shit. But my wife did a lot of collaboration with the brand, and we had a lot of these products at our home at some point, and we take the stickers out. But then there started happening this, that the stickers were starting to like appear in different places, so I started to kind of, you know, photographing them and posting them with the caption that don't take it out or the value decreases. So I was kind of experimenting on, does it raise the value of the shoe? Or does it raise the value of these toilet paper, you know, egg, sink? At this time, my wife, on the last image, my wife around that time was going into labor, went to the hospital. This is me in the hospital, trying to make my wife laugh. At least made myself laugh. And then like maybe 8 hours after this, created joy, happiest moment of a life. And then, you know, after some days at the hospital, came back some months later, again, with the stickers. Also during this time, started to work with this natural cosmetics brand called Juicy. And then I was building with these Duplos, these things, and somehow got really inspired from those. And then in the end concept of the Juicy, we kind of took that. It looked nice, you know. Combining those colors and everything, it became this, like a bigger system for the project. So Juicy is a natural cosmetics product. And in the beginning, in the brief, the challenge was just basically to stand out against the conventions and all the competition that we have in the natural cosmetics, which is, it's really in this beige, you know, sandy type of world. So we decided to go like on the completely different direction and just somehow embrace color, happiness, and these things. So the system always consists of these 4 colors, and then the outer packaging is also highly colorful with some nicely done details in it. And it's this celebration of individuality and just trying to embrace yourself, and we want you to bloom and be proud of who you are. And it's for everybody. So the same color palette then translates into these, what do you call it, secondary packaging. And for some reason I'm really, really happy about this bag. I think it's the best application of the brand. I don't know why the color palette just hits me. Maybe in this point it would be good to tell that I'm almost colorblind. Seriously. I mix colors up. but it doesn't matter. More packaging, and then the system kind of takes over. And there's a lot of SKUs coming, and it's nice to see how the system grows. And this is basically how we keep up with the colors. We just have one board that we need to go back to look at now and then, just kind of revisit. And how these color palettes were created was, we wanted to create something that each palette wouldn't feel somehow as a given color palette, you know, that it's not easy, that they could feel a bit somehow hard to take in, but they look good, but it's like something might feel somehow surprising. We had a company coming from Japan, these 3 people to our studio, because they had seen these packages, somebody had sent them. They were from this like 3rd largest cosmetics manufacturing company. And they came to our office and they were like, so can you tell us about the inspiration behind the colors? And they had thought that the colors somehow come from Finnish nature. That was their like idea. And then it was like, okay, but in reality, we looked more to Japan than Finland. But yeah, that was their take on it. But colors, I think a lot of our work include strong color use. Also we worked on another cosmetics brand called Linear Skin, or YYS, as it's called now. And it's this natural cosmetics that includes gua sha, skincare, sound healing, these type of things. So it's more like a holistic universe of things. So in this case, how we wanted it to stand out from the shelf was to again move away from the previous beige world. We kept the same kind of pastel in the bottom of the base color in the boxes, but we wanted to bring somehow this universe that we have created for the YYS to be in a predominant kind of feature of the packaging. And then also take it a bit further, so we have the bees and the stuff happening, but then on the background you see the image, so these elements can live longer throughout different applications. And they feel a bit like stickers on the package, because then they're used also as stickers when like posting the packages. But otherwise it's kind of using the elements a lot. But the outer package really simplistic, because it's kind of, it doesn't need to scream all the way to the end. And this is how kind of the range goes on and builds these elements, the universe. A lot of also like the flowers are a thing that inspire. So these are flowers from the countryside. Like I said in the beginning, I really like gardening. I think flowers are just like endless, inspiration for colors, all types of things, because they offer you a really specific palettes and strong palettes, but everything is in harmony. Like in these peonies, it's also, you can see actually here. Was it my phone? Yes. Ah, nice. All right. So yeah, we also have peonies. And you can see there's this structure here, which is actually, it's a support for the peony. And the guy you saw in the beginning of the presentation with the white face, Olli, we went with him to this like make a peony structure course thing from, I don't know what is it, a willow, willow things. So it was us two and then maybe 10 elderly women at the class. But still, great workshop. I think it was perfect, it was free, came out with these two like structures. And again, it surprised somehow, like it was so, like everything was so everybody was so like positive at the workshop. Like, yeah, and everybody was asking like, why are you here? Like, I don't know, it sounded fun. So we made these with Olli, and it's still at the mökki. And here we are with Olli in Thailand. We did a trip there for a month. We just went to a barber before this image. And that's like, I don't think I've laughed harder than this time that we were at the barber. It was because there was a huge language barrier, and it was just like they didn't understand what we wanted, but for some reason they thought, like, this is what they want, you know? They want a Korean pop singer and Arnold Schwarzenegger. So I think they did a good job. I think they did a good job, especially like blow drying my hair to look like that. Talking about hair, we did this project for a hair care company, and it had a like an extensive research process before doing any design, and it was for Nordic periods or Nordic countries, this hair care line. And one question in the research was that how does Norway, Denmark, Sweden, these places, how do they see Finnish people? And because Finnish people have their own maybe idea of how we are, and also like in the question was that does it bring more quality to the product? And the answer was no. But it was like that it's not quality, but it's quirky. It's good, it's quirky. And I think it is true, it is true. And some reason it's not showing, but you know, we had the Lordi, you know, we had the Carry, and then we have Windows 95 man. And I think that speaks for itself, you know, is, you know, whenever we succeed, we do it in our way. Okay, Windows 90 man didn't win, but still, like, it's a win for us if he made it to the finals, you know. But I think there's something like so nice about when people express themselves in their most honest form. And it also comes to graphic design. This was a sign at a street, and this person, can you guess what it's about? No? Yes. So I think it's in its most basic form. It's nice. They didn't write, I found glasses. So instead of that, they decided to draw the glasses. And that's somehow, I don't know, mind-blowing to me that why. Maybe they thought about the language barrier, that it says like, if somebody has lost them, they see the glasses, there's a number, call it, you'll find them. But also, somehow, I think in all of these signs, there's a lot of these outside stores, these where people write themselves like prices and so on. So especially in this, I think these are like super nice lettering. I don't know, like this stuff is a bit like, but this form, there's been like practice for that, or some reference point, because that doesn't like, look how unified it is. It's like you have the form of like a, calligraphy. And I think that brings a lot of personality to it. In our work, there's been a lot of talk about type. In our work, almost every project includes custom type, just because we have the talent in our studio. So we take it as a level of taking the expression of the design further. It doesn't have to be anything out there, but it can be a subtle thing. And then sometimes we use it more as a graphic, like a super graphic element or so on, or more experimental, or then it might be just, something a bit more toned down. But also one project that we did a massive, not like a massive, but 3 cuts like, grown up typography, not yelling, but we wanted to kind of emphasize this. This was a branding and rebranding and packaging design project for a fava bean company. The brand is called Härkis. And we kind of designed everything about it just to make it feel really unified and a strong brand in that way that they could, whenever they're talking, it's this, they have somehow their own language in it through the type. And packaging-wise, this was a really interesting case because the previous thing, it was much larger. This was made really small and it reduced the plastic with 85% and so on. But also the interesting part was that there's always a trade-off when you cut in size. You need to gain shelf space somehow, like in a different way, or bring your brand somehow more visible and develop the brand wall more efficiently some other way. And another interesting thing, we did also extensive research on what should be in the packaging, what should be in the face of the packaging. And two things came out. Also, it was food safety. That was like a big thing that is produced in Finland. And the other one was that it needs to somehow be really simple, or like the success of the cooking needs to happen. Because with these plant-based protein products, it's basically a one-time thing that if you try it, you fail in the cooking, it's bad, you don't buy it again, right? So in this, we tried to make it look as nice as possible, but bringing like elements to it that you see it, that it's really quickly to make. If you have a family, this is how the look, the inspiration for the food is, and from here you get straight to the recipe that you see in the image. And then the finishness just comes, the food safety comes like up and on the sides. But on the typography, it was mainly also designed for that we could have the small print as small as possible, or at least not to take that much space, that we could have space for other stuff. So there was also like a functional thing for why it should be like that. And then the product range plays a lot with this product navigation through colors and images. I think in this, it's been proven that it works nicely, which is nice because personally I feel that plant proteins are like, it's the future in a way. Can't keep on eating meat or raising cows, need to go to somewhere else. So I'm really happy if somebody gets inspired when they're at the food store. They see this packaging to make a difference actually in the world through design somehow, like this image does. Just dropped it here because it's the transition from like meat to vegetables. This is in Prague also. I don't know what it is, but it's funky. Here's another animal, a whale that is sold in, I think it's Vitra who sells it. Costs like 885 euros. Really expensive. So of course, being really handy with stuff, I thought that I'll make it myself. All I need is a knife, some wood, and somewhere to sit for a while. I made also that stool as an anniversary gift for my wife. Broke down immediately. She's really tired of my prototypes now. But I keep on trying. So I took like 2 days to carve my whale. Ended up with this highly successful project. It ended up being, we warmed the sauna with this block also. And in the sauna this thing happened because it just got warm. So, to end on that, as a thing, like when you leave, I just hope that, you know, keep an open mind and open eyes and look up, down, sideways and behind you. And watch out for the cars. Yes.
Do you have any particular project right now you're working on, like whale-like?
Whale-like project. Oh yeah. Wait. I have this. I'm making these sushi things by taping memory sticks, old memory sticks.
Really nice.
They look like sushi when you place on top of each other and you put a nice, you know, tape on it. Looks sushi. Yeah, that's the project now.
Anyone has some questions? Or in Slido? Oh, yeah? Slido booming. Okay. Oh, booming. Okay. Oh, yeah.
One question is, are you planning to release your own limited edition dwarfs?
Oh, I should. It's going to be expensive though. Hand painted, everything, limited edition. I don't know. Maybe next year I'll send it to NAPA also.
Maybe they should try making their own for €0.
Yeah, I mean, definitely.
We got another question. Did you find anything good weird in Vilnius, like those windows in empty wall or that iconic red truck?
Yes. The 3 hours that I spent today, like I mentioned, it was epic time. It was really inspiring because in Helsinki, like I said, Helsinki is predictable in that way. It's built in a way that there's no surprises. There's no, you know, it's house by house and the street goes like this and then, you know, old house, new house. But here when you walk around and you go to, like, because the courtyards are, in a lot of places that I went there open, so you can go to the inner yards. So there's like all these random areas of nothingness, you know? Just stuff like trees growing and, you know, there's grass and then there's like an old weird building between two buildings and, you know, it's just somehow, it takes you to a place where you feel a bit like a kid, you know? When you were a kid and you find like, you were just roaming in a, I don't know, forest somewhere exciting. Yeah, definitely.
We've got a last question. Do you consider yourself an artist or a designer? Dun, dun, dun.
That is a tough one. I mean, I think it's 50-50. I think all designers somehow they have this like artistic mindset when they get to that relaxed point when they're not doing necessarily like hardcore creative work, you know, designing packages, but when they're like painting gnomes or something like that, that's when you release the artist in you. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you
for sharing. Okay, and now we will see and hear Uwe Melichar, Managing Director of Melichar Bros and Vice President of the European Brand and Design Association. Uwe is an independent expert in circular packaging and design, developing solutions for clients all around the globe. He also contributes as a keynote speaker, lecturer, member of various juries such as Pent Awards, Golden Pin, or Red Dot. Join Uwe as he presents Less But Better, crafting circular future packaging, sharing his expertise. Here.
Well, thank you. Great being here. It's pretty tough talking after Paulius and Eva and Tuukka with their very personal statements. So I hope I don't bore you with my hands-on topic, but I think circular packaging is a very important topic, and yeah, let's see if nothing happens. Does not seem to be connected. I can see it here, but it doesn't appear here. Click, click. Are we ready? Yeah. So I would like to start with a myth. You may have heard Napoleon had a Napoleon complex because it says that he was a little man, like me. But actually, he wasn't that little. He was 1.75 meters height, and well, that was all made up by his enemies. They wanted to, well, make him smaller as he actually was. And why do I tell you that? Because there are also many, many myths around in packaging. For example, this one. This is, well, launched by Coca-Cola some time ago, and, well, they said this bottle is made 100%, it's made out of recycled marine plastic. It's not really true. If you look a little bit deeper into the release, then it says, yeah, it's made out of 25% recycled marine plastic, and it is not really recycled marine plastic, but it's social plastic picked up from the beaches, not out of the ocean. And when you read a little bit further, then you find out only 300 of those bottles have been made, and you won't find them on shelf soon, because it's not possible, because you can't make a bottle for beverages out of recycled marine plastic. That has to be food grade, and it's simply not possible. So it's a failure. I wouldn't call it fake news, but you'll see more often that companies are like bending the truth a little bit to really, well, have news for their stakeholders, for whomever. So, and I would like to, well, take you along this topic of sustainable packaging, crafting circular future packaging, and well, I stand for less but better packaging. How comes? Well, in my life there was a moment, I was in a big agency for 25 years, and at a certain moment I figured out that I really did a lot of travel in my life. These are my real boarding passes. I collected them all. Now you see on the left-hand side there are even some more coming up in digital form. And so I had the feeling I have to change, I have to give back. And, well, you can see it in the next slides what I'm doing. Well, I went from my big agency, I quit, I took a closer, more narrow focus, and I focused completely on sustainable packaging. I started with thinking about this already 10 years ago. Before it was like, it's not a trend, it's something we have to definitely do, but before it was like, well, becoming a bigger story, as we can see. Today, you can't imagine a briefing without having from a company the task to do the packaging more sustainable. That is, well, daily practice. But now, well, I'm again on a move. I stopped my little business after the 4 years, and I found out that I would like to do, well, I would like to have more impact of my work. I want to spin a bigger wheel, and now I'm part of Touch. That's a small agency in the UK, in Maidenhead, 20 minutes from London. It's little tiny farmhouse building building. These are my new partners, and I'm partner for Europe, and we're working for these big brands like PepsiCo or Henkel or whatever, Carlsberg. And, well, if you, for example, take away 1 millimeter of plastic foil at a Kit Kat, then it'll be 13 kilometers of foil you can save a day. And this is what really triggers me. I really want to change the way things are packed for the good and to make things better. Here are some examples of what we did. It's not that beautiful examples that we've seen before, but we're not talking about the graphic design here. We're only talking about structural packaging and the sustainability part of it. None of the graphics have been done by Touch or us. It's only the structure, and you'll see later some examples of that. But let's have a look on sustainability in packaging as such. So here, for example, you often find used packages in nature. This one, for example, is from 1989, where Ryder was Ryder and not Twix as today. But the more important one is down here, this energy bar. This is a really crazy story. When I was hiking with my friends in Italy, I suddenly stumbled over this piece of packaging, and it really shocked me. It really shocked me, because it was my own work, which I found. So that was a design I did for the company sponsor in Switzerland, and all of a sudden it was in the middle of nature. That was really shocking, and it brought me to the point to do things better and change. And well, the reality is that we have this great garbage patch. I don't know if you're aware of that. There are 5 of these garbage patches in the oceans, and the biggest one, the Great Garbage Patch between California and Japan, is twice as big as France or twice as big as Texas, and it looks like that. But we as designers, if we're in structural packaging, we can do something against it, because 80% of the environmental impact on packaging, impact on products and services are determined in a very, very early design phase. So what we're doing at the beginning has the big impact on if a package harms the environment or not. And the measures we can do are here in this waste hierarchy pyramid. Have you seen that before, anyone? This waste hierarchy pyramid? No. Well, it's the measures we can take. For sure, we can avoid packaging, we can reduce the material use, we can reuse packaging, recycle and compost, and everything below this line. This is something we better not do. Well, it's better to recover it, so to make energy out of used packaging at the end of its life, than dispose or litter, as we've seen. So I have 10 measures I want to guide you through what we can do. First one is we can try to avoid packaging as such. The question is, can we imagine a world without packaging at all? Can you? No, me neither. I can't. There are certain types of food, for example, or products that just don't go without packaging. They need some kind of protection. There are some visions out there for package-free stores. Actually, there are some good things in, some good thoughts, but for me, it's by far too dogmatic. I mean, why do we have to create a whole business model around, selling things without packaging? I don't get the point. I don't see the necessity for it. The good things which you can find here, like these dispensers or selling fruits without packaging, that already happens in stores, in supermarkets. You don't need to have an extra, unpacked store for that. And they're existing everywhere, but not very successful. If you look at the supermarket today, you'll have around 45, 50,000 in a bigger supermarket articles, and the reality looks like that. Everything is packed, and it makes me also angry if I see what there is, the types of packaging, but also the variety that is offered. I just checked in my local supermarket in an Edeka, I'm from Germany, and I found 16 different bitter orange marmalades. So who should buy bitter orange marmalades in this variety? Germans are not into bitter orange marmalades. Maybe it works in London or in Britain, but in Germany I don't see it. And also, the packaging as such is complicated sometimes. But we should have the question first, what is the packaging for? What's the task of a packaging? What do we need? And these are these 3 things. Packaging, yes, for sure, should protect the valuable product so that it could extend the shelf life and so on, protect it from moisture, from damages, whatever. It's also a convenience thing. You can open and reseal a package, and it's a canvas for communication so that you can put your brand on, or you can, for example, tell the consumer what the benefit of your product is or what's inside, so that he or she doesn't buy the wrong thing. And within this defined framework, and it depends on a product, for example, a pair of sneakers need complete other packaging than the Herkis brand that you've presented to us, where it needs a barrier so that the oil doesn't get out and maybe the air doesn't get in. The sneakers, for sure need other type. Within this framework, you have to define per product. You can, well, talk about sustainability. It's not a universal thing to say this is more sustainable than that. It depends on the product you have and, well, what you have to do. And there's another dimension for sure. It's also a cost factor. You have to bear in mind that, well, the packaging or the things you can do need to be balanced out with what you need to achieve. Second one is reduce. We all know these situations. You order something at Amazon or wherever online store and you receive an empty package, more or less empty package. Amazon itself is doing something against that. They have a program called frustration-free packaging. So they promise their consumers that they do all they can to make the experience, consumer experience, as seamless and as frustration-free as possible. So you, as a manufacturer of whatever it is, you can well, send your product to Amazon and they design a new package for you around it to make the packaging better, more sustainable and more, well, easier to handle, frustration free. I doubt it a little bit that it's really something they are thinking about our planet. I think they better like think about their margin and they want to just make it as small and light as possible. And then it happens, for example, that a package like that, a toy set from Fisher-Price, ends up in a box like that and looks like a, well, toner cartouche for a printer and not like a nice toy set. So the experience also is an important thing in packaging, and that is lost here, if you ask me. A guy who well, was also looking into reducing of packaging is Ingvar Kamprad, the founder of IKEA, but it was kind of a little bit of reverse engineering. He had the product and all of a sudden in 1956 he found out that it doesn't fit into his Volvo. So he had to do something. He cut off the legs of the table and put it in some kind of a wrap. And that was it's said that's the beginning of the flat pack. And today you see those packages. I love it. I'm loving it. I'm really loving it to see how they match to put these things in to avoid as much plastic as possible, to do these molded things in here, paper molded things, to really arrange it. That's a piece of art for me. I can't well, get enough of those ideas. But they made the product fit the package and not the other way around. And I think this is really something quite interesting and new. At Touch, we also have some projects which are more like, well, down to earth. For example, for this brand, which is the #1 water brand in Ireland, we could reduce the plastic by 20%, and so we save 1,533 tons of virgin plastic. Or for a company called Boll, we made the package 40% lighter, and we also gave the packaging I now have the same problem as you. Repurpose. We gave it a repurpose, and that's you can see here. So you can use the empty bottle later and put some things on top, which you can either buy or for free download and print with your 3D printer at home if you have one. It's an idea that has also been like taken up in the movie Back to the Future back in 1985. I don't know if you remember that, or if you're maybe too young to remember that, but there was this pizza, and you have the Black & Decker oven, you put it in, and out of a little bit of a small thing, a whole pizza came out. If you look today at well, soap products or those things, or for your dishwasher, it's already there. You don't have to, well, like buy liquid stuff, but you have very small solid things, and they turn or doing the same result. Or here, this is a very interesting project from a university. They found out that with a certain cutting of these pasta things, they turn into something three-dimensional if you put it in boiling water. This little movie shows. Just by hot water, they turn into these three-dimensional forms. And what does it mean for packaging? A lot, because if you're hiking in nature, you don't want to have like big things in your backpack. You don't have much space, and you can have this little matchbox thing, and the pasta's in, and if you put it in boiling water, then all of a sudden you have a full dish. Then I would like to talk about paperization. Paper makes the most sustainable packaging, true or not? Another myth. Yes, depends a lot on what it is. You can do fantastic things with paper or with cardboard. I also did a project, no glue involved, just wrapping, clever kind of folding around the product, and well, then you have good packaging. But again, it depends a lot on the project you want to pack. If you ask the German consumer, 70% say, yeah, paper is the future, paper is the material we have to use that's sustainable. Okay, we have a good well-developed stream for recycling for paper, and that's why so many companies are looking into it, because consumers are demanding it, and there's the stream. For example, Ritter Sport, they did a trial. I have it at my home. It was really hard to get. They only produced a couple of hundreds of these chocolates, and they did a test with it. And the funny thing is that they already had paper. I mean, the company is pretty old, and before the plastic became a big thing in the early 70s, the packaging for Ritter Sport was made out of cellulose that was cellophane wrapped around the chocolate. Now they have a fantastic packaging made out of plastic, and it's 100% monomaterial that can be perfectly recycled, but due to the consumer demands, they are playing around trying to use paper. And another example where paper is used, what I think is, well, weird, is the bottle. Have you heard of the paper bottle? Anyone? Wow. Every company is doing it, although it already exists for a long, long time. If you like, I have it I forgot it in my backpack. I have this bottle, I brought it all the way from Germany. It's from 1937, but the difference is it contains powder and not liquid, sorry. And not a liquid. So that makes the big difference, because if you want to pack a liquid, you need a barrier again. And well, these companies like Lyon, Coca-Cola, Absolute, they're all doing these. Sorry, all doing these bottle experiments, ketchup, everything. If you look closer, that's the truth. It's just not working. Today, we don't have a proper barrier for liquids in molded paper bottles. And they just put plastic, they just put a cover around the plastic. Well, looking again at the consumer saying, yeah, it's a good thing, yeah. Here in Europe, we have about 83% of well, paper recycled. Interesting is this guy here. If you look at the beverage cartons, like we have Tetra Pak or Combi Block, there the recycling rate, they say, is 51%. Again, not true. They just count what ends up in these yellow bins in the collection, but they don't really give a number of what is really recycled, because recycling a beverage carton is pretty difficult. It has 5 layers with aluminum, with plastic covered on it, and well, it's also not really a thing that is, from an economic point of view, makes too much of a sense. But, well, looking at recycling as such, well, did recycling really start in the early 70s? No, it started by far earlier. Who knows how many hills Rome has? Rome? 7, yeah, right. 7 hills of Rome, very famous. But actually there are 8, they forgot one, the Monte Testaccio. What is that? that's from the 4th century. It's a huge hill made out of broken amphors. Unbelievable. 50 million amphors are piled up to a big hill when they've been broken. And then, all of a sudden, I think it was on Monday in the 4th century, that stopped. But why? It stopped because it was the beginning of recycling, at least of these amphors. They found a new recipe for doing these amphors, and after using this new recipe, they could use the residues or the broken parts to build something new out of it, which was not possible before that. And the hill, if you're in Rome, you can still visit it. It's 35 meters high. It's still there. Well, today recycling is a bit more advanced than in old Rome. I've just been to a recycling facility in northern Germany, so this is how it looks. It's really a dirty job, but there's a lot. There are only these two guys, or not many people really doing manual work. It's a lot automated. Things are blown in the air. Things are taken out by magnets, like separated. IR scanner are detecting the material. It works very, very well, and it's for me it's really part of the future, and is maybe minimum as important as like using biodegradable material, for example. At Touch, we had a project for Mai. You may know this iconic jar for mustard, and we made it out of plastic, or they made it. It was not me involved, so we could save 22% of plastic, and it's 100% recyclable and has 100% recycled content, the plastic. And then you say, oh, moment, there was this bottle from Coca-Cola at the very beginning of this presentation. How comes that this can be 100% recycled content for a food grade bottle? If you have PET material, for example, and you can assure that there's a closed circle and not plastic that comes from the ocean, then that works very well, and then you can do like a bottle like that. So there is no such thing as waste, it's just stuff in the wrong place. So let's move a little bit faster, talk about composting. I got another nice example as a present, the Tetra Pak Rigello that was launched in Sweden and the Nordics in the 1970s, and they promised, Tetra Pak promised, well, after you finished your beer, you can just throw it somewhere, and it just disappears. Doesn't seem so, because even in 2020 you could already found some residues from the Rigellos, very raw piece of packaging, by the way. So there is a good idea also using biodegradable material. This, for example, is from Ecovative for Seedlip and alcohol-free schnapps, and it really disappears, biodegrades in nature. It's made from a mushroom that glues agricultural waste, and I've seen a very nice example also when we did the jury work yesterday. I like this material a lot. The only thing, it's quite expensive today because it lasts. It needs some time to grow into the mold. But there's even one guy or a company in the Netherlands. They do coffins out of this material. So if you decide to buy a product from them, you can biodegrade together with your packaging around you, so if you want. Many new materials, coconut husk molecules from milk, whatever you get in mind, hemp, everything is used as packaging or as material as such. If you're interested in that, I can recommend this book from my friend Sasha Peters, Material in Progress. There are, I think, four different ones existing, talking about all that. Material I like a lot is, it's not about only material, it's always a combination of a material and the way you're using it, or a construction behind. This is paper foam, so it's injection molded paper. You put the paper into like a normal injection mold where you normally put plastic in, and you can have wonderful structures making out of that. It works for inner packages. It works also for food grade. Imagine all the event calendars being done like that, and it really well disappears even in your garden. If you put it under the soil, then it will be away after a couple of days or weeks. Another material is a substitute for styrofoam. That's from Stora Enso. It's called wood foam. Very, very nice material, is available, again, 3 times as expensive as styrofoam today, but it's fantastic stuff. And if you want to go further, you could say, yeah, we can even eat our packaging. That would be a great idea. And so the RTL, the company, the TV, the leading TV station in Germany, they came to do an interview with me. And I told them, I'm a little bit like skeptic. What shall we tell your audience? It doesn't make really sense for me. If you have a packaging, it should protect the product. If I eat it later on, I eat all the dust which was on the packaging. But there are some good examples where it works very well. You know, the cones from ice cream, that's a good example. And another very good example is this. That's encapsulated water. A company called Notpla is doing that, but well, it just holds the liquid for a moment, for a very short period of time. But for the London Marathon, it could save 100,000 of cups. They just gave these balls to the runners, and well, they got their water, and there was no waste involved. You can even swallow it. The stuff which is around, it's from algae. Another example, it's just like a kind of varnish for fruits that keeps this avocado, for example, longer fresh, and it's invisible and eatable. So number 7 from 10, and well, it's my strong belief. It does not make sense to produce packaging to be thrown away after the end of its life as a package all the time. We have to really think into solutions where we have reusable packaging. Great idea. In the Great Depression, 1930s, there was a need for fabrics to have clothes, making clothes out of it. And so people were just using flour sacks for doing their own clothing. And the clever flower companies or flower makers had the idea, hey, we can just print nice patterns on our flower sacks, so then we have an extra benefit of our packaging for the consumers, and that's what they did. What I like most is these special instructions, or the branding that was printed with a special ink, so that it washes out when you wash it before you're using it for doing your clothes out of it. Very, very clever and good idea. And in times like after World War II, for example, in times of crises, and we have a perma crisis nowadays in a way. So this whole creativity on reusing things really rises, and I think there needs to be a need to turn waste into feedstock. Some good ideas, one from Finland, you may know, is Repack, where you have reusable envelopes for on e-commerce packaging, or this is a very complex thing with an electronic device on where you can put things in and get the package back. I did a project together with a couple of people. So we developed a reusable shipping box, but made out of cardboard. And the clever thing is this banderole that goes around, because it doesn't harm the package itself. It can be torn away. You have waste of just 3-4% of the whole package. And also, it keeps the box together, so that you don't need to have some glue being involved to close it. Very simple thing. And it's also a canvas for the branding. So the companies using it can use it for their messages, like here for DM and Chibo. One last example of this area of reusable packaging is this, another touch project. In Asia, there are these small portion sachets everywhere. Everywhere, people are buying it. They don't want to invest in big packs of something. They only want to spend little money on what they need. And so these sachets are very, very well popular. But the problem can be seen here. They create a lot of waste. And well, at Touch we designed a reusable with the deposit, a thing with a deposit package for every different types of products. The standardized container can be used 20 times. Well, and that is a very big success in Indonesia. You can even create big systems around reusable packaging. Have you heard of Loop? Anyone? Yeah, good. They do this online thing, and they started in the US, but they have also in physical stores, Tesco or in Carrefour, they're doing that. They have containers that can be reused up to 100 times, even standard containers that can use different brands and products. There's one, for example, very successful for Häagen-Dazs. So the production is rather expensive with €8.30. $8.30, but if you use it 100 times, it's less costly than disposable packaging. But it's, as I said, a complex concept with electronics, also with your smartphone. You pay the deposit, you get it back. There are reverse vending machines taking these packages and so on. And I strongly believe we need standards. We had a standard established in Germany in 1968. This wonderful Perlenflasche, we call it. But it's really hard to find those days because each and every brand is doing their own bottle, like for marketing reasons. We have 150 different beer bottles, bottle shapes in our market, and that's a nightmare. And I believe you can even do great branding without touching the bottle. We can use standard containers, and nevertheless we do nice things. This has been done by my colleagues, friends Quatremain in Belgium, or here we have Astra Red Light Edition from Hamburg. They're using exactly the same bottle, and so the bottle does not need to be shipped all the way back. It can be used in the region where the other producer is using the same standard pool bottle, and that's a big advantage from my point of view. A company from Hamburg translated that into the cosmetic category, and also these bottles can be just put into the reverse vending machine at a supermarket and you get your deposit back. So technology plays an important role. One little story, I've been to New York, let's say 15 years ago, and well, they asked me at Starbucks, what is your name to get my coffee? I said, Uwe. I said, okay, and I got this cup, Uwe. So, last year, I've been to New York again. You've been to New York recently. So again, same story. They asked me who I am. I said, Uwe. Now, after digitization, I'm Ruben. So thank you very much. And it proves what our former CEO of Telefonica says. Well, you can read it yourself. That's pretty true. But there are also good things what technology can do for us. Digital printing to prove how fresh this coffee is. This coffee company from Sao Paulo, they're using the daily newspaper. They print it on their packaging, and you can't cheat. It's really a proof that it's the freshest coffee you can get on the market. Or you can also use digital technology to give a package a digital watermark. It's too complex to explain, but this can be read by the infrared scanners, and then, well, you are. It can be detected and like blown out in the container where it needs to go. Not only it's plastic or it's wood or it's paper, but also what kind of plastic, and that makes the big difference. That we can guarantee a high quality recycling, and I think we're on a good track on that. So last thing, very short one. well, Peter Behrens was a great designer and did some fantastic job. Paulus told us this morning. We Germans, well, we aim to be perfect. And everything needs to be like at the first moment. We're not into like iterations or agile working. I have one project. I wanted to do a face mask when the whole Corona thing came up. And I thought, wow, these are all really not very comfortable. And so I did one made out of cardboard. Unfortunately, it did not take long until we got this FFP2 standard. Now it's part of the Museum of Failure. So you can fail, it's nothing you need to be ashamed of. So try again, fail again, but if you fail, then fail better. So keep the pyramid in mind, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Uwe.
Yeah.
Do we have any
There
questions?
are some tracks I will need to skip because that was the bonus track, but we lost a
Oh,
lot of
that's...
time. So, no, thank you. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Do we have any questions?
Yeah.
Okay, no?
Sorry.
We don't have? We have? Okay.
Okay.
Uwe.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
Do you think it's possible to live in a package-free world? And what would you do in life if this utopia became a reality?
Well, I said no. I think the way we're consuming things, the way in the world we're living today, it's not possible. If we are ready to live a different life, where we don't need 16 different marmalades, bitter orange marmalades. So if we go back like to, we had the discussion yesterday on the jury table, like this Amish people, there you don't need much of a packaging. You just, well, take from the garden what you get and you eat it. So there is this big question of green growth, to put it into a bigger context. I don't believe in green growth. I think we really have to narrow down the options of what we can buy, without meaning that we only have one marmalade. This is not something I would like to have. I'm happy that we are living in a world with many choices, but I think we went over the top. And so I also think, or to answer that question, that we can reduce the amount of packaging, but not a package-free world is not something I can imagine in the way we've developed.
Thank you. We have another question. Do you think it's hypocritical to give presentations about sustainability while flying so frequently?
Yeah, that's a good question. I have to ask the question myself when I came here by airplane, but I must say I reduce this wherever I can. I mean, I could have done this presentation online, but I don't know, and the jury work wouldn't have been possible. But I at least stayed for 4 days and 4 nights, not only for a day, flying in and flying out. Whenever possible, up to 8 hours, I take the train. I try to reduce as much as possible. I also try to, doing things online and not flying or going everywhere. It's not necessary today anymore. So maybe that helps. It's contradictory. That's why I brought this picture, because it's a nightmare what happens, and we have to think how we deal with that. But it's a very personal decision. I felt mine, but I'm here.
Last question I have personally: is there a product that you personally really enjoy and use, but cannot stand the packaging due to either limited recyclability or sustainability concerns, but cannot give up because you like it so much?
Yeah, for example, Oatly. I love the product. but I really have a problem with Tetra Paks. It's on the way. There are solutions that, well, are getting better. There's also some good in Tetra Paks because they come flat, they'll be upright to be filled. They don't need much space in a truck, so you can fit in more than bottles, for example. They're much lighter than bottles. So there are many good things. I don't want to blame this type of packaging as such, but the way it's used today with these different layers, yeah, I think that answers your question.
Okay, do we have any more questions here? Okay, so thank you very much for your speech. And
Thank you.
now it's time. Now it's time to grab some lunch. You will find Shinzo snacks and quality coffee brewed by our packaging design finalists.
It's a little bit long, no?
Backstage coffee right around the corner. And afterwards, we will have 3 more inspiring talks. So let's see you here at 4. Double. Okay? 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay. So welcome back after the break. And before going back to the design world, I will just do a quick reminder that you can put your questions on Slido if you don't want to ask live. And now I want to introduce these two guys standing right beside me. So Lyon Lyon is an award-winning design agency known, of course, for its expertise in branding and packaging, working with conscious brands such as ActionAid or Love Raw. The agency celebrates a decade of commitment to environmentally responsible design, manages to operate a 4-day work week. I would love to hear about that as well. And does an amazing work in field of design. Co-founder and CEO Ben, wave please, with over 20 years in the creative industry, leads the company's growth and visibility, and Matt serves as the chief creative director, ensuring every project tells a story, specializing in innovative packaging design. So together, they push packaging design boundaries, which will be explored in their upcoming presentation, Value of Craftsmanship. Creativity versus.
Great intro. Great intro. Hello and labas, NAPA Baltic 2024. Yeah. We're trying to get over that lunchtime slumber. We're going to get some energy in, so we're going to get you pumped up. We're so happy to be here in this wonderful city. We are Lyon Lyon. We're a UK-based creative agency. We do good work for good people, and that means unconventional, simply clever ideas that move people and brands, and it's working for brands that do good, such as Who Gives a Crap, ActionAid, amongst many, many more. And we work with a lot of biotech brands, home and consumer brands, a full mix.
For me.
Hand it over to Benny.
So, as you can probably tell, we are indeed twins. We've been twins for about 40 years now, so I think that's going to remain, right? Yeah. But actually, the twin thing is a real gift, especially in our business. It gives us a real special magic in terms of the creativity. What we can create is very unique. There's no other agency in the world that can do it. But it is actually about us. It's more about our team as well. Here are the guys. Here's some of them. They actually really wanted to be here today, but they couldn't make it, obviously, because of just two places. But since they can't make it, they might be popping up every now and then, but we might be able to do a quick live stream to the studio. Just one sec.
Yeah, it's coming through. It's
yeah.
coming through now, I think.
Yeah, it's not quite. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that about right?
Yeah,
that seems to be fine.
Yeah,
They're handling things nicely. So, as you know, the general theme for the show is about craftsmanship. And so we can reach our word quota for the show, we'd like to do something called craftsmanship bingo, word bingo. So every time we say craftsmanship or craft, if you can shout bingo, that would be really good. Okay, so let's try it. Craft. Bingo. Craftsmanship.
Bingo. Wait. Creative. That's all good. Okay. That's good. Good.
So we'll be waiting for that. If you hear craft, honestly, you've got to shout it because. That's good. Okay, so. Within that, commerciality versus creativity is our theme, and it's something that we battle with all the time. As a studio, we've been going for 10 years now, and when we first started, I'd say we were very much on the sort of full creative realm, always wanting to push great ideas, but maybe the commerciality wasn't there. And this year, we've set a goal in our 10th year to be the most creative commercial design studio in the UK. So we want to prove that creativity and commerciality can come together rather than just being one siloed thing. But it's a battle. It's a real battle for us because these things which are kind of like enemies are also like a perfect combination. So when done right, you can get a perfect project, but too far on one side and it can fail. So for us, we think like, first of all, on the commercial side, brand strategy is really important with the client, working on brand strategy, getting that right from the start. Nailing the brief, being on brief. And also, it's got to be worth the client's investment, the sort of project you're working with on a client. It's got to be good for business, for them. And the main thing is that we need to add value to every brand that we work on. And if we don't, increasing sales is like the main thing, but that's the sort of really heavy commercial side. And on the fun side, on the creativity side, it all starts with trust. Like without trust from our clients and to our team, we can't create anything decent. Honestly, it's like that makes us free. That trust makes us truly free, and that allows us to create stuff that is truly unique in our sector. Craftsmanship. Okay, craftsmanship from start to finish is for us staying true to the big idea. So all the way taking that big idea and rolling it all the way through. That is the craft. I think so. Yeah. And sometimes you do have to say, "Fuck the budget," because when you've got a commercial project and the idea is so important that you can say you have to stay with the idea, and it might suffer the budget, then that's sometimes where we end up. So yeah, on that point, normally we start our projects and we're far on this side. We're like deep in the creative world, and more as we finish the project, we get closer and closer to that sort of commercial line, and that's where the balance should be. So, just grab a quick drink. We're going to show you now a few projects that really lead that example. So start off with a very creative side, but then pull back on the commercials. So the first project we're going to talk about today is our latest project, which is our absolute favorite at the minute, is Sitch. To give you a little bit of background, Sitch started with Anthony and Gloria Edge, who have got decades of history in the hair industry. Anthony himself, I believe, was the creative director of Eva, which is a sub-brand of Tony & Guy, and he's also a worldwide rep at Tony & Guy, so he knows his hair, he knows his stuff, even though he hasn't got much of it. I'm sure he hates that. But they wanted to create a no-nonsense, everyday hair care brand. They've seen lots of complexity in the world, and they just wanted something really clean and simple. And like I said, the product had to be super clean, had to look great, and had to be sustainable. So these look like nice guys, right? Look like nice people. I can tell you they weren't, because they gave us the extra no pressure, you better do this brief, which was, we want award-winning packaging. That was like part of the brief. We'll see if we got there. So we created Sitch, which is a fully refillable, reusable hair care brand. It's the whole idea, the whole concept is a utilitarian, straightforward design, both from the graphics and the bodywork of the vessels. It's as minimal as it can get, with flashes of color. We really think that on this one, that sort of form follows the function in this one more than anything, and it's something that isn't really seen that much in the hair care world. It's kind of maybe it's a bit of a Marmite project, I don't know, but we absolutely love it, and it's been really well received. So the range has got 9 SKUs, from shampoos to moisturizers, the whole lot, and it's super unique because it helps to keep everything is refillable and everything is reusable. So we want to make something that was really beautiful that people wanted to reuse, and that was a real core task of ours. One key element of the brand is that we have this sort of gradient technique on each of the labels, which I can tell you a bit more detail soon on that. But the real hook with this is that because of the shape of the semi-cylindrical shape, each of the bottles fully tessellate, so you get a real interesting experience on the shelf and at home. And we kind of wanted to create this like mini cityscape, which I think we've done quite successfully. And finally, yeah, the vessels themselves are made from PCR, and the refill itself is a recyclable PE refill. Yeah. Last note I'd say is that we didn't want to actually box these up in store, so we came up with a really nice solution which had the front and the back of the bottles open with just an open side, and the card wrapped around the top. So we use less card, we show more of the bottle off, and yeah, it's just a really nice little touch at the end, and we were able to get into some more detail about the brand, and we love the little sort of refill, rinse and repeat. So, because it's such a good project, I'd like to give you like a real dig deep into this and show you where our battle was with creativity and commerciality. So we start off every single project with strategy. That's just a kind of our rule, and that's kind of the commercial side. So it's a fully bespoke process. It asks lots of difficult questions of the client that are quite tough. Things like a vision and a mission, and where the brand wants to go in the next sort of 5 to 10 years. And it's kind of like the brains of the brand before we start doing any creative work. In their case, it was all about liberating self-care, so having the power to sort of be you and do what you want within the brand. The name came to us pretty quickly. This is before ChatGPT, by the way, so you know it was genuine. We found that sort of hair care is quite complex, and that's something that they told us. So we wanted to create something that was super simple, like a 1 or 2 word name. And because Sitch wanted to simplify hair care, we created a word that was much shorter than the Sitch. A Sitch is short for situation, so like everyone's hair situation. Like we said, the concept itself was all about function first, because we're trying to create something that's simple and just did the job. So you're going to see like an abridged version of our concept stage now. So like with all of our projects, when we're doing concepting, we go straight in with packaging. We literally start with a logo, and then we're putting it on packaging. And we're seeing it live straight away. It's kind of always how we've been, always how we create. So you can see there's kind of like a minimal sans serif logo, which is kind of similar to something you might see in the hair care world, but it's backed up with this amazing color. And we came across, we made this sort of very interesting sort of color features. So as you can see, it merges with the bottle, showing what might be in that product. So it helps with shine, it helps to look fresher, that sort of thing. And again, unifying people with color, so every bottle has this sort of lovely gradient effect on. So looking into the concept development, this is where we kind of do the layering now. So we've got the kind of base down of the brand, and we start to layer up maybe like how the text will work, things like the pouch. Strangely enough, the refill pouch came to us pretty quickly, and we had that almost nailed in the first sort of few weeks. It was like one of the simplest things that came out. And we again just kept with this really sort of minimal utilitarian graphical layout. Like I say, that pouch is fully nailed within that sort of development process. We even looked at kind of more like sachet-based things, but the refill was the one we went for in the end. So like with all of our stuff, it's not just about the packaging. We're looking at where the whole brand lives at this point. So how might photography work on a website? How do the products sit on the website? That sort of thing. What's the general sort of digital feel? And like with the socials, this whole brand is about being real and about being simple. So we want to keep that sort of nice and relaxed sort of feel with the socials. Yeah, the logo, like I said before, super simple, super pared back, really minimal sans serif logo, but mixed in with a bit of gradient, it kind of gives it more punch. And then we came up with this wonderful strap line, which is for everyone with hair. So I think that's a great one. So onto the packaging concept. This is where it started to get really interesting, actually. So we knew at this point it was going to be a bespoke packaging. In fact, we knew when we started the project. Bespoke packaging is always a real task, but we love doing it. And the first thing we went for is this real geometric sort of simple shape with the bottle, which I'll talk about a bit more detail in a sec. And then we added this sort of really subtle debosses onto the bottle to help carry the stickers, because at one point there's going to be many stickers on the bottle. And it became this sort of really minimal feature across the whole bottles. So yeah, talking about that geometric style, we went for a really, a semi-cylindrical shape, when most bottles out there are just completely cylindrical. And you might ask, but why? I think maybe like a few months into the project, we were saying the same thing, but for us, it was a really simple way of creating some effect, and we were able to create this sort of tessellation between all the bottles. So weirdly enough, it just makes it stand out with just such a simple change. One thing to also mention here is that at this stage, the packaging was made from wheat straw plastic, which did actually eventually change, but it gave it this kind of like ceramic look, which we really loved. So the deeper stuff now. So we're really getting. So just to give you an idea, we were probably like 4 months in at this point, and we're sort of finalizing the final details of the bottles. This is quite an interesting part because we're still in 2D here, and there was so much work involved in trying to get the scale right, because when you're not only designing one bottle, you're designing the whole range, which has to sit with each other because they tessellate. So we have this like extra issue in there, and not only that, once you change one bottle proportion, all of the label sticker areas also change. So it was this real maze of 2D layout we had to work out all the time. Oh, there's Sam from the studio.
Hi, Sam. Hi, Sam.
So Sam says, it's not just the fluffy stuff, right? No, he's not. It's not just the fluffy stuff. We do the full 3D. This is the scary bit. So we'd taken the project from 2D to 3D. At this point, we were excited, but we were also super scared because this was becoming real. It was looking great. We were really happy with where it's coming out. And this is where the real craft takes place of the project. The craft? So yeah, we brought on some friends to help us with the engineering side because that was starting to get really tough internally, and they helped us figure it out. But within this stage, I mean, what you're looking at here is this one slide actually is 6 months of work just distilled into one slide because this would last forever. But we had so many issues with like the semicircular balance because the bottle shape of a semicircular shape just doesn't stand if you put certain amounts of liquid in it. So we had to work out all that out. We had issues with volume. And when you change the volume or change the shape of the bottle, you have to change all the bottles. So it was an insane learning curve for us. And this is actually where that sort of battle of creativity and commerciality comes in, because at this point, the project had pretty much run dry of budget, but we had to make a decision to take it forward or not. And internally, we did. And we're so thankful that we did because of the outcome. So yeah, while this is all going on, we were getting the project digitally ready. So having all the things like brand guidelines sorted out, all typography, and all the final work on the sticker sheets. And again, some real open lid stuff. The gradient stickers are super hard to nail when you're trying to do print. So that was a real learning curve again. We're not making it easy for ourselves on this whole project. And then to finish off, we finished off with this sort of belly band range, which wraps around the bottles. So 2 years later, we did it finally. And we launched to some great success, and I can actually tell you that we won Lyon Awards Best of Show this year for 2024. So yeah, that was really, for us, it was kind of really worth it. It was worth that push. It was worth taking the hit on the sort of commercial side. And there's Matty Boy going to New York. Whoa, hey!
Just last week.
Just last week, yeah. Here's Anton. Yeah,
Hi, Anton.
He wants me to tell the whole story. So the other part of the story is, even when we got to the final point, we actually had a whole set of images set up, ready to go for the shoot for Line. We paid for the whole of the day, the product, everything. And as the CEO, I couldn't put it forward to Line, so we had to reshoot. So obviously a big loss there on that side. But again, we were so happy that we led with the creativity first, because the creative wasn't coming out right. And one of our team members, Sam, spent the whole day shooting it. So yeah, that is the lift the lid on Sitch. And obviously at the end of the show, if you've got any questions, but I'll hand over to Matty Boy.
So if you could all rate who's the best speaker, that'd be really nice at the end. I'm Matt. That's Ben, so just keep it in mind. Let me just double click. Okay. What else? That's Alexa. She's saying, what else, guys? What have we got next? We've got Hiatus. So Hiatus was another interesting project for us in terms of commerciality versus creativity. They are a tequila maker, a tequila brand from New York, and they work with a tequila maker in Tequila, Jalisco in Mexico, so it's the place for tequila. And they make tequila that's like traditional, sort of transparent in terms of how they make it, and they make it with passion. And they came to us with a full list of demands. It was a full brand and packaging with a clean, sustainable vibe. They wanted to appeal to older millennials and disrupt this like staid tequila sector, because at the time tequila was just like one look. It had no, these bottles here are all very traditional. It seemed very staid and unchallenged creatively. And they wanted to go for a $24.99 price point. And the big thing was to like get across this idea of what hiatus is and the feeling of hiatus. And the clear definition of going on hiatus is an interruption in time, like a pause or a break. So hiatus was all about that, like tequila back in the day was just about hitting it in a shot, whereas this tequila was to be savored. So it was a device to kind of take time and take time out. So we started there with the brand, and our approach became this idea of space. So we have the logo here, and then we add space and we add time, this sort of hiatus break. And we see this kind of exponential space, 2 times, 4 times, 6 times, 8 times. So straight away, that was the sort of approach nailed like this. It's about this space and about this time. And so how that translated to the bottle was this idea of a vessel of discovery. So imagine a sort of New York art gallery, obviously that's where they're from, showcasing the production of how this beautiful tequila gets made. We wanted that kind of experience on the bottle. So as you revolve the bottle around, you're greeted with 7 labels across the bottle. This is a Blanco tequila. There are 3 types that we did. The Blanco is unaged, so it's like a fresh tequila, if you like. They make it, they get it straight out. So with this SKU, it's very clean, it's very light. We thought about it as like daybreak, like morning. And then the next SKU is Reposado. This one is like midday, so it's been rested for 1 year, so it's had a bit of rest. But the feeling for us is like the sun's kind of coming up a bit, and it's like kind of midday, or it's coming down a bit, and it's midday. And then it's all kind of blue. And then the Añejo is the 2-year rested, so this one has a kind of evening feel. And when we compare all 3 together, the hiatus logo slowly steps down through those rested variations, so it feels more rested, and it feels like the sun's coming down. So, maybe one person in 1,000 noticed that, maybe no one does, but for us it was really important to, again, like push that creativity and that reason for us. We're like obsessed with the reason, the idea. And the photography, kind of talking about what I was talking about before, the Blanco has this kind of light feel, so all photography is in a white light. The Reposado is kind of blue hue, and then the Añejo is this kind of deeper red evening contrast. And just then it was all about adding the detail and the finish, because we really wanted to like hit that price point. So you've got beautiful embossed lettering on this, I think it's Fedrigoni label. The photography itself was inside of a frame, and the frame actually was raised up, so you could feel this frame around the image. It really felt like a photo frame. So the whole experience was very tactile. And as we look through the bottle, we see the agave plant. It's a reverse printed label. It has this big lens almost to magnify that beautiful plant, and finished off with a little seal on top. And then like seeing how that works with the brand, again, it's all about space and kind of this time and pause. So the business cards have a ton of negative space, and then a blind emboss inside saying discover your spirit. So it's this kind of secret little message about the brand in there. And this is one of the campaigns in New York that we did. So the website has that same vibe as well. So it's about a discovery, about following this path. So we learn, and the bottles are spinning around as we go down through the site. We learn about the bottles, and then we learn about the process, and the path changes, it changes direction. So again, it's just following this path of discovery. Hi, Sam. A simple idea. Sounds easy, right, guys? Just 7 labels on a bottle. That's not a big problem. Pretty easy to make. No, it wasn't. It was ludicrous. The development process started like many other, we're in our little studio making 3D mock-ups. Looks great, looks beautiful. Wow, imagine this when it gets released. This is going to be amazing, award winner. And then we go to production, and we have a problem. We've got us in the UK, the client in New York, and the factory in Mexico. So time zones, locality, a lot of stuff happening. It turned out that 7 labels was impossible, never been done on a bottle, all the way around a bottle. I think you've had labels kind of on top, etc., but in one run, it's just never been done. So we had to find a new method of applying. We had this application tape, and we had to, I probably spent 4 days looking for a hand roller that we could apply these, that we could give to the factory to apply these labels with. And yeah, they did great. They got them all on there, but they would come in these massive like film reels. I think this is the client actually collecting some from Mexico in a suitcase. So yeah, we really pushed the boundary here to try and get this thing made. And again, the client trusted us and went with us on it. Was it worth it? Yeah, we think it was. So recently, Michael Chandler, I don't know if any of you follow the UFC, but he's going to be fighting Conor McGregor soon. He recently became a partner of the business, so that the brand itself was projected right up. It became a multi-award-winning drink and packaging piece, and the original brief was $24.99, and because of all the work we put into it and this kind of value perception that we added to the brand, they then changed the positioning and went for between $54 to $77, which, on one side it's like, well, you're making something more expensive, but the quality of their product was so good, and they were undervaluing it. They didn't see the quality of what was inside the tequila, and our brand and the brand and the packaging just helped elevate that quality. So it was a standing success in that value.
Would you say there's an element of craftsmanship in that, mate?
Oh yeah,
you kind of missed the point there.
Yeah, so it was just like with that last project, it was, as Ben said, it was just pushing that boundary from again we designed a simple, clever concept, but then it gets down to making it, and you've got to really push that craftsmanship and that. So the next project is Iona, and the last project. So Iona Soufflier is a Paris-based fine jewelry designer from Greece. And her agent came to us with the brief of, she makes contradictory pieces. So she sort of combines black gold with marble, marble's just not used at all in jewelry. It's a very difficult thing to make and work. So it's a very uncommon material. So the brief or the approach in our mind became this idea of contradictory harmony. And the opportunity was incredible in this space because the market at the time looked like this, just flat boxes, these boxes that just sit on a table like a bungalow or something, just very small, and not very imaginative at all. And also there was a problem with her pieces. She makes very small runs, but she might have, say, 6 SKUs, so she have rings, necklaces, So she needs lots of different types of packaging, but only makes like 10 of each a year or something. So it's a very small run, so it's very hard to find packaging for that. So the solution is that we made this beautiful monolith, this thing that stands up and it presents the jewelry. The box in itself is supposed to be as special as the jewelry inside. It's a way of kind of displaying the jewelry at home, but also to kind of keep for a long time. Just looking at some of the details, what was really cool about this is that we made an innovation in a sense where we had this box that can now fit 3 different types of jewelry. So there's one box that was made, and with this removable insert, we could have earrings and necklaces on this piece, and then we could take the insert out and have a ring. So with this one beautiful box and just changing the inserts, she saved a lot of money in terms of all the different boxes she'd have to make, and now we have this one solution, which is great. And what was really cool is because these pieces were worth about £3,000, so it becomes a question of how do you ship something like that. So we made it ultra incognito, like a sort of spy coming through the post box. So it's a very normal box. It's very strong, pure white, big shipping label on it. And you open it up, and it's kind of bathed in this like rainbow of iridescent colour, and that sort of represents the Greek sea, like where she came from and stuff, which is quite fun. And it's quite cool seeing people unbox that, and she's like, ooh, and they're covered in this like rainbow of colour. And then just some of the details. So because she works with ceramics, we have almost like a before and after with the flute. So I'll just jump over here, but these lines, I don't know if you can see it very well on the display here, but this is almost like a before the ceramic has been changed and altered and worked with, and this is kind of an after. So the box itself showed that sort of contradictory harmony of the 2 materials together, and some of that craft. Someone just said craft. Craft. So you're going to say it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. Again, ludicrous idea to make a trapezoid box. Really hard. So the construction of this box is called paper over board, so it's kind of a board wrapped in paper. And the two lids come together to make the trapezoid, the lid and the base, sorry. But in terms of production, again, just no one had done it. The factory didn't know what to do. Like, they were struggling, so we had to make it first in the studio, make a version, send it back to them, and we iterated from there. But a lot of time had got into that. But we really had to kind of, again, push those boundaries, keep pushing for what we wanted. The client loved the shape. She loved the idea, and she was totally invested again. So, you know, it was really good. The result was a happy client, as I say, and a third place in 2017. That was ages ago. Yeah, the 2017 Line Awards back in the day. So, yeah, you know, really for us, this talk has been about this commerce versus creativity, and like where that boundary goes. And they seem like opposites, but they're really deeply connected. I think for us, you know, we used to think about commerciality as being, you know, boring and being staid and corporate and having these constraints. But that's the key, because across the world, across Europe and across the rest of the world. So thank you for having us. Good night.
Thank you. I have a question. What kind of object would you love to pack?
Ooh, what would you love to pack?
Maybe.
Well, actually, no.
You're always...
We had similar to this Jonna project. One of the concepts was because we wanted her piece was about transformation, so we wanted to pack ice. And the reason for that was that inside the ice was the jewelry. So you'd have a block of ice delivered to your house with the jewelry inside of it. And so we had to find ways of packing ice, and it just...
And it would melt. The idea is it would melt. You know, you sit there and it slowly melts and reveals this beautiful piece of jewelry.
That was the harder concept, the one you just saw. So.
Yeah. So yeah, something in ice, but it's not sustainable. But.
Yeah, but still, real nice to imagine that.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have any questions? We have two. Two? Okay.
So we've got one question. Since you are twins, do you think your design taste and creative approach is different or more similar?
I think if it was different, we would have been dead already. Like, yeah, we differ. We do differ for sure, but we always end up like coming out. We have completely different approaches at some points, but one of us has to bow down.
Yeah, I think we kind of start from the same bigger idea in terms of like how we work, but then we have different sort of smaller ideas within that, if you know what I mean, how things should go. So it's a bit of both.
And we've got another question. When you settle on an idea, do you have that nagging feeling that you want to research it further and explore more, or you are happy with settling and then moving and developing?
I think we've become really good at because we love ideas. You know, when you hit on a great idea, it doesn't. You know, I know people talk about never go with the first idea, but sometimes if you've been thinking about it long enough and the brief is inside of you, sort of thing, that first idea is actually often the best. So, yeah.
We call it our golden window. That time.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Round of applause once again. And now we will have Marko Salonen here, Bond agency partner and design director, who brings over 30 years of expertise in brand identities and package design. With a strong background in strategic visual identity renewals, he also gained, of course, international recognition and numerous awards, including DNDA, D-Align, Red Dot, Rebrand, German Design Awards. Welcome Marko to the stage, where in a few seconds he will share a case of private Finnish label Kotimaista. Okay.
Thank you. Should I say, oops, I did it again? Do I look like Britney Spears? Well, thanks for the little laugh, because everything else will be super boring. So I had a one laugh from you. Not going to talk about myself or Bond, but I need to mention that, I don't know if you saw that in Tuukka's presentation, that that custom typeface for Blue One airline, and that font name is Spectre Wood type. So I don't know if you built the connection, but because our name is Bond, so and Tuukka was working at Bond that time, so it kind of start to feel that it's something related to James Bond, but it's not about that. So our name is coming from bonding, and we've been talking quite a lot here. This like the doing and not like thinking too much. So we tend to bond with the client. So it basically means that we try to keep the open discussion all the time. Well, physically if possible, but of course it's usually online, and like throwing the ideas and having like a dialogue and discussions around the work. And also because of that, I kind of, even though I usually lead like brand renewal projects and packaging projects, I kind of love to craft myself. So basically, sometimes I could do like 10 final packaging artworks and like prepare all the files and send to print house. And the other day I will do like a concept ideation and all that, because we don't have like a hierarchy between the people. So everyone is doing like quite many different things. But yeah, the boring stuff. So I'm talking about a little bit this like, the guys were talking about this commercial versus creativity. So this is more about this result point of view. And it's like heavily commercial, of course. And always we are looking for some sort of impact, because otherwise there is no point to be creative at all if you don't get any results. Of course, it's sometimes super hard if it's like a cultural project or something. You might not get those like exact results. It can be something like a brand awareness or like just you can steal the time if you are like a laser brand or something. You are just like stealing more time from the people's mind, and like instead of going to that theater, you go to that concert because the venue brand is way more cooler or something. But it's way more difficult to measure sometimes. But in this case, it was quite easy, because we didn't have a lot of this like advertising support on this renewal. So it was basically made by packaging renewal. So this was kind of the challenge, that we have a food brand which is like in every category basically. So you can imagine that there's like milk, butter, a lot of cheeses, bread, whatever, like basically everything for everyone also. And at the same time, it's like a common trend that brands are like streamlining their portfolios, that they are like ditching the unnecessary brands. They like building on the one brand more, which means that there you need to serve like different purposes, categories, and so forth. And they do that because they have the one marketing budget. So then they advertise that brand. And then they think that it will then serve the 300 products or 500 products will serve them all perfectly. But still you need to be super attractive when you go to like a very small category. You can't create new niche brand for that if you have made the decision that we are going under one brand. But of course, this is like a huge challenge for the designer, because usually we tend to love those like a smaller projects where you can explore more on a creative side, and there is no the history that it has been like a, I don't know, 1 million business or something, that there is no like a brand equity or anything that you need to kind of think that, well, should this be evolution or revolution, this work, or so forth. And here we had a quite big business already, but basically this is the like affordable domestic food is the product here, and yeah, this was kind of easy to start because everyone wants to have affordable domestic food. I mean, it's more local, and nowadays people, they don't have money that much. They want to. There is big trend that people are buying food which is more affordable also. So it was sort of no-brainer, and then sometimes this is the question that you might think that, well, should this look cheap or something? Well, we have got past on that, luckily, that we don't have to think about that, because there is the price tag always that consumer can see that, well, actually this is quite affordable. And this was another challenge, so almost 500 products, which kind of start to think that, well, we might go too monotonic. So how we gonna, if you have like a too strict concept and like only horizontal, then we are not able to do the same thing what the brands are doing. They have their own brands for each category sometimes, and then you need to somehow also compete them. And yeah, private label, which means that they are using A brand's products basically, and all their packaging, so there is no room for any innovation what comes to packaging. So basically you just take what you have, the product is what it is, and the package is what it is, and then we just try to do the best print. So maybe only thing would be that we think the sustainability and then we use less colors, but we didn't do that, of course. Yeah, so this was the starting point. As you see, it wasn't probably in design-wise very well thought. It was only horizontal concept, so like showing the Finnish nature there, having a logo, and like this very like a, I don't know, simple grid, and everything happened there. But because of the name is kotimaista, it's very good because it's the translation of domestic. So the brand says that it's domestic, that's it. And the brief where we started, so basically client had already this like 3 bullets, and one thing is that we need to stand out more, of course. As we saw, it wasn't that appealing. So if it kind of disappears to the shelf, then it's like you need to do something. And then more food appeal. So this is always something that food brands want. Some way or another, you need to achieve this. And also that whatever we're going to do within the concept, it needs to be some sort of uncomplicated thing, that there is like not too many elements or like anything like extra. So some sort of functional design which is also attracting in relevant way in every category. And our process, it's quite simple. Usually we do this dive, and there is like a lot of this strategic work and like looking the competition and all that. So kind of we lock the brief and the strategic part here. But in this case, we didn't do much here because it was like well thought already by the client. So we went straightly to this, our second phase, which is this direction. And that is something where we explore immediately visually quite a lot of things that And it's super important to also like look at those things what you kind of did immediately, that all the no-goes are very helpful there as well. You need to sometimes see them visually before you throw them away. But yeah, the aim there is to find the right direction where to go, and then you start again exploring from that. And that is the magic point, what happens hopefully, usually, and there we have like then several concepts, usually like, of course it depends what is the scope and what we have agreed with client. So we do like a few routes there. And then of course the production part, and that of course depends what is the process, what we have agreed, that how much we're gonna do there, or sometimes we just deliver the concept and guidelines and someone will start to produce the stuff. So this is from the direction part. So basically we try to look around quite a lot. There's like a Finnish food cliches and all the like the animals like cows and and a food appeal like this, like a very like a crafted food and different logos. Even though we knew that could be that we need to keep the current logo probably at some level, at least the recognizability, because of the 2 million business behind. So and everything else will change. And then some illustration, direction, could we do something around that? And only finding here was that, well, this is something interesting, because we have like so many products that if we go like very simple, that we always use this Finnish blue. It's kind of no-brainer to test. So then you can play more within that, and consumer will always recognize the kotimaista product in whichever category. And then also, at some point, we designed the S Group, which is the biggest retailer in Finland, who owns this kotimaista brand. We did their identity, and that time we also created this custom font family for them, like few display weights and text weights for that. And then we kind of thought that, well, this is not like it doesn't look like a food appealing font, and can it be used in a packaging, but at least it was something different and very bold and simple, because we wanted to have the naming very clear as well, that we are not trying to hide the product names. So that was something what we also found out here, something interesting. And then we took that as a one direction, but at the same time we started to look again like, is there any other options or routes to go? So then testing, could it be like more colorful brand in general? Or, because the fact is that you cannot always make the food appeal with this kind of stuff that you photograph like a delicious meal or something. There is so many categories that you need to do it differently. So that's why we kind of export also the illustration sort of stuff, very simple way. And then we went to testing, of course. These are usually tested, so they will basically ask consumer, like testing can't remember what was all the questions, but it's like aligned with the brief, of course, and all these like targets what they want to achieve. So we got quite great results with this sort of blue concept. So that was the one which we took here. And then, even though this didn't score that well, I think this was some sort of like within this project, some sort of magic moment, and I kind of realized that, because client was saying, of course, that we probably did the rest and we go with this one. But then, because of all the like different categories, we need more assets and ways to communicate to consumer like all different products. So we kind of saved that, and which was very good good for this project. Yeah, and of course every project has some great challenges, sometimes smaller, sometimes bigger. We had this category, the milk. There's a lot of opinions always. Here it's sort of sensitive matter somehow. So we went to testing as a separate test with the milk, and there we had like a lot of these like different quite minimalistic ideas, like exploring the simple illustrations, and we end up having this Finland shape. And actually we did it with a glue, like talking about this craftsmanship. Maybe that's the only thing which I have here as a craftsmanship team. So we did it with the white glue, and of course then we vectorized and all that, but it's sort of handmade, the original illustration for that. And that we took here and went forward. And the other thing was the logo. Like I said, this was something what we needed to, this kind of came back to us, and they said that, well, we can't change this completely. And we were pushing this like evolution version where we have the blue color, we have the rectangular shape, and we have the white kotimaista text, but we add like a little bit of this food appeal feel on the design language in typography. But we ended up like, we had like so many versions and like tweaking the details and this and that here. So it took a while, and then we ended up just drawing the old logo with a bit more quality in it. So this is kind of funny, this could be soap or like something very super cheap. So it was so weird, so it was a little bit of nightmare, this part. But yeah, then we started this production, and yeah, actually we did like over 300 artworks, maybe in 1.5 year, 2 years. So client was briefing us that we need to do now these, like for instance 5 packaging, and then we start to think the first layout, we had the concept ready, and then we start to think, are we going to with the photograph, kind of the food appeal or visual appeal thingy, or are we going to simple illustration, or are we going to only with the typography? So those are the sort of the options. And then we treat every package a little bit differently. And it's always like driving from the category first. And yeah, this is the whole image. How does it look? So it kind of feels that there is quite much difference. So where is the concept? But actually they are not that different. So this sort of a fix and flex system means this that it's like a horizontally done, that we have the blue color, we have the logo always on the same position mostly, and then we have the custom type which is recognizable, and then we play with those elements like this, for instance. We have the blue, we have the logo, then we have the clear naming, and then this we always think that, well, this is the cheap plastic, like a vacuum package, and then, yeah, of course we're gonna show the fish. Then we have just a window there. Or this one, food appeal, where it is. It's actual product, of course. In herbs, if it's fresh, you want to show it. And then we just use the bold, our custom type there. And then covering with the blue this bit more uglier part of the product. And also we decided to, you know that in Finnish language there's a lot of these long words, and then when you're using like a huge size of the typography, you need to split the words, and then we just ditched the hyphen from the everywhere where it was, and it wasn't that huge case for client, because in the end, this is, this is marketing. If there's a consumer who don't understand that this is basilica because there is no hype, and so it's, I don't know, should you then buy anything? And the eggs, yeah. There is just the blue color, and then we show eggs. And we believe that, well, this is our sort of food appeal. So it's basically visual appeal. And of course, we have so many versions of this. This like a free eggs, organic eggs, this and that, like big eggs. There is like I don't know, 10 or 15 different variants within the eggs. And there is like a fried eggs illustration as well to like make it more like a separated, that they kind of feel that they are a bit different. And we played with the type as well a little bit there. Why green potatoes? So we had this weird color-coded potato system in Finland that those like mainly used potatoes, they are like color-coded. There is green, and then there is red, and then there is yellow. So then we just go with the colorful potato patterns, and that's it. So kind of simple solution for this. And in the beers, there is this wheat lager, IPA, dark lager, light lager. So we just use the type and color. And this was also like within the concept that we are not always using white typographic, because you need to have some sort of feel of taste, even though you don't have any like tasteful visual elements such as like illustrations or photos there. And also separate them from each other. Sour milk. So there is a lot of these category exceptions. We have this is like a basic cream. It's always orange, the color. If you are doing it blue, nobody buys it. And then, of course, in milk, there is this red, then there is this blue, and the light blue. And in sour milk, maybe the green is the mostly used there. So that's why we ended up also having this exception. But you need to always consider that when you have the brief on the table. Is this like what is driving this category, then consumer, of course, and then we kind of bake it into the concept somehow. But yeah, so we kind of managed to do a concept where we have this like a horizontal dimension that you always recognize it, but then trying to bring a little bit joy in most of the products. Of course, you can imagine if there's like almost 500 in the end. So there is a lot of this like a super basic, like a stickers on a minced meat or something, which you have like this big space, and there is like most of the space is the text, and then you play with that tiny space there and try to do with some sort of minimalistic typographic solution or adding like a little illustration or something there. But yeah, this was the result, and well, I think we managed to do a good thing that you kind of shuffle there in a grocery and try to find, because of course we believe that people want to buy this product because it's Finnish domestic food and it's affordable, so you need to just find it basically. So building these like a sort of blocks there that you just have like this sort of pattern on the shelf, and here the simple solution, just typography in this like a flavored mineral waters, it works quite nicely, even though it's like might be super boring when you have it on a hand, but it serves the purpose when you are selling the product. Or this porridge shelf, same thing. Actually, I didn't mention how we did the organic thing. We just changed the blue to dark green, and that's it. So it follows the same system from the other elements. Traditional Finnish sausage. So it's like this very old product. It's always like these two sausages like this, and then we just put it the type on a curve, and that's it. What you see is what you get. Minced meat. Well, you see the blue block there. There is the competitors around it, and then there is a circular window. You see the meat. Of course, you need to see the meat. And then this simple one is just a cooking cream, different variations, and then this like a cottage cheese, which is like the grainy sort of cheese. They are not like a perfect circles. They are a bit like, feels like they are like actual cheese. And then I think in Finland this like a milk shelf, even though there you have the like a clean faces of the products, and you could produce like or create some sort of nice pattern and sort of like appeal there, but it's super complex like this. Even though I love Valio stuff because I drawn this logo like 15 years ago, but they are super complicated. Simple product, and you can over design that stuff. And this is sort of a drinkable milk. It's lactose free. I don't know why it's drink. You can drink the regular milk as well, but that's the common name in Finland, this milk drink. And there we just have a glass with some drops and no colors on it. It's just a white simple illustration. But yeah, this is the all ends here. So people tend to suffer. I mean, at least myself and probably some other people, they just want to survive when they go to bigger grocery. So it's sometimes super stressful. So you need to easily find what you are looking for, and in and out sort of mental. Okay, a little bit about the results. There was this like a big headline of impact. So let's look at the one video regarding that. This is not made, the voiceover is not made by AI, even though it sounds like a bit, so I'm sorry about that. Do we have a sound? Okay. Oh yeah, I can sing like a Britney Spears. Yeah, okay. So we can skip this. We can watch the. Of course, we love the visuals, not the voiceover. So we can just. But yeah, we just made this case video this way that we attach the camera to shopping cart and like putting stuff to it and same time so using the voiceover, telling about the project and the results. But luckily, I have them also here. So there was was it like 1 year after that we were like renewed something like, I don't know, 200 packaging, and they were on the shelf already, and we started to see these results. So they were quite amazing. Amazing, the brand awareness, usage rate. And this was interesting, that we have this measure that we kind of measure the value of the brands, and when we go to top 10, there is all the biggest brands, and like Fiskars and Valios and Fazer and those brands. So we ended up to 28, which was super great from a private label. And then that was the COVID year when everyone started to buy food to home and cooking at home. But above that market index, we reached this plus 14. So it was indicating quite nicely also that we did great job. But yeah, of course, these results makes clients happy, and also us, because that's what we try to do when it goes to like a fully commercial project. So there we need to. It's no point to do the renewal if there is no results. This is not like just the aesthetics that we kind of tweak the logo and doing like a. Of course, if you are a brand and you have the long history, like Coca-Cola's and all those, they do then sort of like minor tweaks here and there and making it always a little bit better. But yeah, we also got some creative results, which was surprising in the end. This FE is like this. That's measuring also results. It's like can't remember, was it like 30 or 40% of results and same amount for the creativity and then something else. But it's sort of a combination. So we got gold there in our national FE. This is like, I don't know, is it global, but at least it's in Europe, this FE. Then our national competition, we don't have anymore this packaging category there. We've been discussing about it with Tuukka on this trip, but anyway, when it was there, it won gold. So that is like, they are not looking those results at all. And then, which was also very surprising, that we got silver from Line. So there is a jury who doesn't know, they don't understand the meaning of the logo. They don't have any connection to Finland at all, that what is our like a design culture and so forth. So that was like a sort of great combination of the results. And yeah, so this is the kind of thinking, if you try to put it in one sentence, that in a complex world, simple wins. It doesn't mean always that it needs to be minimalistic design, but usually within the successful cases, there is something very simple in it in the end. It can be like, of course, it can be like whatever basically the message, but there must be something simple baked in. It can be whatever message basically. It's not about always the minimalistic design, what probably some designers wants to do. But yeah, this is like maybe the other funny part here, because like I said, we didn't use the hyphen at all. And so you can see that there is carrots. And porkkana is carrot in a Finnish language. But actually there is pork. So you know what pork is. And then there is kana, which is chicken. So it's you have pork and then you have chicken, but it's carrot. So there was some funny comments from consumers, but client didn't care. So it's just fun. Yeah. Thank you. Any questions?
Do we have any questions? Yes?
Do you enjoy working on such big projects and challenges with big companies and big number of SKUs? Or is it something that you could only do from time to time or, once in a decade?
Good question. Well, I kind of love that challenge because it's not, like I said, it's way more easier to craft a logo, and I love drawing the logos as well, but it's a very compact thing, or if you do like a 5 SKU package concept, it's way more easy to kind of think, and you can focus on some sort of in a limited space. But that being said, I don't know if I start to do those size of projects like all the time. I don't know, maybe I would retire soon. I don't know. I haven't tested that, even though I have done quite many large packaging concepts in my past 30 years, what I've been doing on this field. So,
We have another. Looking back at the huge amount of work that you did, do you feel generally happy with the result, or is there something that you would like to do differently if you did it now?
Well, maybe some of the details there went too fast from our hands, but at the same time, then you start to think that there was so many packaging artworks and finalized work, and if you start to overwork with all of them, then it's it will be the never ending, and then we are not in a schedule at all. All the schedules will break and so forth. So that is something, but when all those results, from the creative point of view and from the clients, all the thanks and those things came, then I was surprisingly happy, because we didn't know that when we were doing it. We didn't actually know. We kind of thought that this was a sort of basic project for us, and not expecting any huge results. But I think it's also you need to have that patience when you do that stuff, that when there is an opportunity, for instance, honey package or something, are you gonna put a drop of a golden, beautiful liquid honey, or are you just doing writing honey in a honeycomb shape or something? So we did quite many of those little brainstorms around one product. We didn't know what to do with that, and then I think that paid off in the end.
Yes.
Do you buy these products yourself?
Yeah, sometimes when I go to those bigger groceries. Yeah, if it's a very basic product, and I know that it's the quality is equal with everyone, so then I might pay. Yeah.
Anyone? Okay. Thank you very much. A round of applause. I think we're all trying to process 500 design variations. And for a last bit of inspirations, we will have some chocolate content. Annika Oja is the marketing director at Orkla Eesti. Annika has 20 years of experience in branding, marketing strategy, business planning, portfolio management, and product innovation, currently working as a member of Orkla Eesti management. Annika is here to share her insights on the rejuvenation of Estonian heritage chocolate brand Kalev.
Thank you. It was a very interesting story, because I am Estonian. I understand Finnish. We all do some of it. And this kodimaista is very similar word also in Estonian. And also Prisma is present in Estonia. So when we as Estonians going to Prisma, we understand it's Finnish local and not Estonian one. So it's a small, maybe, let's say not a mistake, but that's a positive and negative side of having the private labels in the local language, and then having the company also in the other countries present. But yeah, I'm going to explain the turnaround what we made with Kalev, the most famous and iconic brand in Estonia. And it is a chocolate and sweets company whose history is going back to in the beginning of 19th century. It is one of the few which has been able to make this transform from being the Soviet manufacturer to a modern brand. And okay, a couple of words about myself. I'm a mother of a teenager, and this is a sweet memory of my daughter's first iPhone and the first phone call which she made to her mom. But it's not so anymore so often. I'm a runner. I have honored to have the Grand Prix from 2018 of being of having the best marketing act in Estonia, when we also renew the heritage bread brand. So it starts to be a little bit my thing already. I have been learning all my adult life, and this quote, marketing may be well paid and exciting, but someone has to do it, by Byron Sharp. It's the professor who has been influenced me the most in my marketing career. And why I like it is it's becoming more and more balanced, this sentence, that the more senior you are, let's say the payments get better and the excitement doesn't disappear. I'm a true marketeer, but very this kind of fact-based and pragmatic one. So it might be so that everything what I say is something what you don't like so much. A group where our company is belonging to is Orkla, which is listed in the Oslo's stock exchange. It is a FMCG company. It is a house of brands. We have 300 of them, which is too much, but as they are mainly local brands in Nordics and Baltics, it is how it is. Estonian company is also one of the top in Estonian food manufacturers. We have 2 plants. In one we are making juices, canned meals and vegetables, and the other is a Kalev chocolate factory with a very modern chocolate kitchen. We also have 9 stores, Kalev branded stores. We have the oldest cafeteria, Maia Smokk. We have a D2C channel, we have the B2B channel. So we have really a lot to work towards the consumers and customers. And yes, we do have this kind of different portfolios, different brands for different products, and we say it's like we have a foods and drinks portfolio where our brands and products to be consumed from breakfast till dinner, and then we have confection snacks which are meant not to consume from breakfast to dinner, but which are snacks, indulgence for gifting, etc. We have, let's say, now around 10 active brands, but we have had them much more. We're also sustainable. This is our Estonian president there on the corner, wearing our t-shirt and supporting some sports act for kids. And when I got this invitation, I was happy and said yes. And when I got the debrief that it should be somehow connected with the craftsmanship, I started to be... Then I started to be very worried about that. Okay, because we started from there, and we had a very crafted and artsy design, and we zoomed in really deeply in each of the design when creating it, in the illustrations, in the photos, etc., etc. And then our project actually was about this, having the structure, having the really creating the value for the brand, because we're starting to losing it, and we ended up here. But this is a flashback of what we had, and this is actually also the it's what also the marketers actually are seeing. We see it when we are creating new collections. You are presenting them to us. Then we are creating the marketing campaigns. We see them like this, or even if they are already in our real desks, they still are very much zoomed in. And actually they are made for work here. And this is how the consumers are actually seeing them. And this is how they see it, and this is how they see it. And in our case, the chocolate confectionery market in Estonia is very, the competition is very tough. And while saying this, I show you actually the picture of our retail market. It's altogether 180 million euros per year. what is sold in the retail chain. The red color is Orkla, our company, and it's, let's say, it's 95% it's Kalev brand. And you see the global and international players. So actually, we have like 30% of the market. Fazer has 11, and the others have less than 10. But it's still tough because we, due to the business model what we have to be everywhere. We are forced to be in this block because this is like this is chocolate tablets, then it's gift boxes, then it's chocolate bars, biscuit. And we have to be everywhere because we also need the volumes, we need the market power. And then the other players are actually very focused. They have efficient portfolios. And also they have this, let's say, this commercial excellence, how they are actually executing their products, their brands in the stores. In the confectionery, you know, that's... the brands are well known, the brands are global, the marketing teams, the design teams are global. Yeah, that's how it is. So of course, when we started, it was not at all an easy decision because it's a lot of work. It's somehow it's a very risky one. But these 4 facts, I might say, these were those. What made us realize that it is a burning platform, that we had the market shares in the most important categories, the chocolate categories. We had actually losing the position in the most favorable brand survey, which is annually made by Kantar Emor. And we saw from this survey, but also through the other surveys, that we were declining mainly from the younger generation who didn't find anything from our very wide portfolio. And of course, who were born already with all the different brands being equally on the shelves. And last but not least, actually, we had a very fragmented portfolio with very many sub-brands. And actually, the starting point was also very scattered, that we had only, 150 products. There are, as you can see, different design lines, but there were too many, too different from each other. So there was nothing much which united different sub-brands and concepts. And to be honest, it's very expensive to support this kind of portfolio. It's not efficient. But I also understand very well how this all happened, because it happened during the last 20 years. After the collapse of Soviet Union, we started, or the Kalev portfolio started to develop. It has always been an innovative brand. We always have trying to adapt the new trends, the new categories. And it was made like ad hoc or concept by concept. And the big picture was never seen or looked or dared to look or do something about it. And maybe it was not so important also before, because it's sometimes very difficult to understand where the drop or the decline is coming and why it's coming. And in short term, you are able to do very many things by innovation, but in the long term, it is needed to have a more efficient portfolio. We still agreed that we will fix only what's broken, and we will keep what is worth keeping. So we decided immediately that the logo we don't touch. But basically that was it. So our partners of crime, the strategy work, the beginning, we started to work with a service design agency, brand manual. The packages designers are core, and the creative agency is Tank. And we started together with a brand manual, with a consumer research. Of course, we went through all the quantitative data, tried to understand the trends like we all do. But I'm very happy that there were the service designers, because we really went out to explore the consumers, to observe how they buy, when they buy, and then also made interviews to understand the context, that how they are making actually the decisions to buy or not to buy our chocolate or the competitors. And then, sorry. I'll come to the structure in the next slides, but basically this was the design brief, a very light version of it. But also we wanted to strengthen the visibility of Kalev whole brand on the store shelves. We wanted to create a clear and timeless design concept that expresses our brand's values, and also help to navigate the wide product portfolio, and really for the people to define the sweets with their taste, but also the price, because we had also the different price positions. The very like the handmade candies and the very efficiently made ones actually before didn't look different. It came out as a revolution. And first we defined the essence of the Kalev brand. So the slogan, which was always based on heritage, now we position the brand as modern, high quality, boldly Estonian, and also sustainable. And it is a part of sweet moments of Estonians' life. We restructured the whole portfolio so that we organized the wide range into 3 different value segments, and the core is chocolate tablets, where, let's say, the products are very equal with each other, and the competition is also one of the toughest. And this is a very, very profitable portfolio when you are able to do everything right. The base is very simple and mainly historical candies, also simple biscuits. Here were caramels, marmalades, candies, toffees. Actually, I just actually recently calculated that we united here 10 different design lines. And what else? Still, actually, the characteristics or the uniqueness of the original sub-brands remained. So the center is our core with the foundation chocolate tablets, but here we had a much more difficult situation because here we had really very strong sub-brands. So the uniqueness or the differentiation was kept, but the Kalev house brands was strongly highlighted. This is an important part also because that's the base of our new innovations. And let's say these 2 parts, this mid and the bottom ones, are quite equal with the turnovers and profits. And here we have also a very small complementary part of really handmade luxury gift boxes. So distinctive assets were created. We also tested them, not in terms of the likability, but about do they actually enable us to reach the targets what was set by the design brief. then what else? Yeah, the combination of this orange and the dark blue for sure is very intense, but also it's cheerful, and it was not, let's say, taken by anyone else on the shelves, because there were some which were. We continued on the back. I find it also very important that the layout stays the same. It doesn't matter what the format is for the product, but it's for the consumer easier to navigate, to understand, to find the information, if you need to find this information, if you are interested in. So some before and now pictures, yeah, in the real life maybe they look a little bit better, but as you see, actually what we completely changed was this previously, let's say this, how is it, like the mainstream or the main line. But with the others, with the sub-brands, the dark chocolates here, the bitter, and Annika, which is a very heritage milk chocolate, very creamy one. Here we kept the distinctive assets, and then we just aligned with everything else. That, as I said, was the most difficult part. The gift boxes. That's the gifting. The gift boxes is Estonian thing. I guess it's Latvia, Lithuania are a bit similar, but the Scandinavians actually don't know so much about it. But previously, every product was designed totally different than any other. So there were no similarities. So it was. Let's say it was emotionally the hardest part, and we still kept some, like for example, that's we have been asked, why do you still have this photo of one blonde girl, and then the other one is a drawing. Well, let's say this Maius Pala is one of the most iconic product in Estonian chocolate market, so we didn't dare. But and otherwise, it's also would be two blonde girls, one in the chocolate, one in the and on the orange, and the other was on the light blue. And then here you see this very small part of the simple line. As I said, 10 different design lines were united, but actually in the left side you see only 2 of the 10. So actually also before, even if it was called the design line, the products were very different from each other. And now here we didn't actually hear much complaint. What also was created was this layered packaging design, because the Christmas is a very important part of the chocolate sales and consumption also. So we are using the hero products with the collections, and so we wanted to use them also in the future, but without losing their distinctiveness. So the Christmas collection is following the same guidelines to support and not fragment the brand's unity. And actually it wasn't about changing the design. It was just the result was that also the design was changed, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to build the brand with these ambitions what we had. It was about, and that's a little bit like textbook, but okay. The strengthening the mental and physical availability by building the brand as a whole, the distinctiveness, we really built the distinctiveness. Let's say we united the wide portfolio, had a clear positionings. We created the brand assets and renewed the communication and started to focus with AMP, the brand, building the brand as a whole. We got the prominence on the always messy store shelves, working also with the secondary packaging and displays. And at the same time, actually, we cut the tail. About 20-30% of the products were cut. So we premiumized the portfolio, we modernized it a bit, and we changed totally also our innovation strategy. Yeah, I don't need a voiceover, but why we believe it's important to constantly build the mental availability, it's actually we believe also that creativity is a very important part of building the brand and building the memory structures and refreshing them. But we also find that it's easier for the consumer if there are these distinctive assets which link to the brand and which makes them much easier to make the choices, the fast choices in the stores, like was also mentioned before. And of course, there came reactions, and then it was very difficult, not difficult, but it was very important to understand that the reactions were actually not the results. Because it took time. It took around 1.5 years to change all the portfolio. And when the first packages arrived on the stores, it was July 2022. Yeah, it was then almost 2 years ago. And of course, the reactions were very critical, very strong and very critical. So it's just a picture of one of the biggest newspapers, and yeah, really nice Photoshop. But and actually, I would say that it continued with every sub brand when it arrived with a renewed version on the shelves. We got again the reaction, and again the reaction, and again. And why we were not that worried is that even if all the consumers who were writing to us and who were asking us said that they will never buy this orange chocolate again, because we started with the chocolates. We started with the 100 and 200 gram chocolates, the real core. They still actually bought, because, or somebody did, or we just then got so many new consumers. We don't know, of course, because it's not possible to get this information in Estonia. For example, in Finland, you can get this information from the retailers. In Estonia, you can't. And we got also some reactions from the marketeers. I just mentioned this one because the Swedbank, it was nice greetings from them. It was a little bit later because in the most favorable brand, they just greeted us and noted that now they are only the second best orange brand in Estonian market, as Swedbank is also orange. There were also some more critical ones, but anyhow. It was really difficult to understand actually the results because mentioned the time when we launched, it was a time where the Ukrainian war started in March, so the prices started to go up. It was a really high inflation. Also, we made a huge tail cut, and while also it's a very technical part already, but as we changed the portrait to landscape, also the products, the 100 gram chocolate tablets, it was a really hassle in the stores. And but still, when we digged deep into the numbers and the sales figures and the Nielsen, then we understood that one by one the chocolate tablets sales were not dropping but growing also in the volumes. So we were not that worried, but of course our PR, our secretaries, our marketing specialists who had to answer all the complaints, and they had a very it was mentally heavy for many of us. But we were chosen the most reputable company in Estonia in 2023. We had been second and third place before, and this time the change or the growth came from younger generation. The market shares were starting to grow up. It's just chocolate tablets. There is a lot of going on also right now, so it's not so black and white. We were also having Kalev is most beloved food brand in Estonia. We don't know yet the situation of the total brands. But anyhow, that's not so important maybe. More important is that our financial results are excellent, or were excellent in 2023. And we have had a beautiful and painful learning curve, and this changing or the change management project or process in the company. It affected everyone. We just had a survey. It's one slide of the many. But we wanted to understand how consumers see, or have they recognized the change, and do they connect the orange already with Kalev. So we tested the colors using then orange and blue for Kalev, Fazer dark blue, and is it golden, and Milka then the purple and white. And we see that already 56% of the respondents are saying that yes, they connect this orange and blue with Kalev. Only Milka has the same strength, and Fazer has 41, while 15% were saying it's Kalev colors. So very good results. There were also other elements we tested. For example, the slogan is not at all strong yet, but the packaging design is very strong already. And then this Ministry of Agriculture noted us, or they made a textbook for the food producers, how to design readable designs or labels. So we were chosen as a guide for the others. Now we are in this textbook. And of course, well, let's say in the battlefield, that's a little bit different picture when they said, oh no, okay, I see it different. But anyhow, it's now the consumers should make this kind of conscious decision not to buy us. They haven't done this decision. And we can agree with our competitor John Mars that we make it where we sell it. So that is how it is. We will continue then using or then growing across the segments and categories, and extending the orange shelf and attracting the young consumers with different new product types. And if you are now tired of orange, then actually these are these free books where our knowledge and maybe also the braveness came from. The Ehrenberg Bass Institute of Marketing Science is the biggest and I guess the only one which is really is based on long-term researches. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Yes?
So you mentioned that change was quite a big thing for obviously the consumers, but what was the main impetus for making that change? So was it like investment? You know, at what point did Orkla say, right, we need to change the packaging? What was that kind of key moment?
Actually, these were these 4 facts that we were that the market share was dropping. We were losing this we were losing the audience, or we were losing the consumers' love, and we saw that it's coming from the younger generation, and we saw how expensive it was to actually do and to support the brand. That actually we got this feedback also from the consumers or actually we researched that Kalev had 30% of the market, and it was not visible in the stores. So you somehow are there, but you are not seen. But we didn't plan a revolution. It just we found that there was not much to take. And what was a fun fact that we saw also Milka was making a change somewhere during this time. Of course, it's a global brand, so they are also in one country it's already changed, and the other it's not. And then the cow was just turning the head. It was just the main thing was change on the packaging, and nobody remembered. It was like before like that, and after that like this. But it's not where we were. Hopefully, we will be there now in the future. That we don't need to make these radical changes because it's huge cost and also a lot of risk.
We have one more question from the audience. Can you elaborate on how the orange color was chosen, and were there other options considered before you settled on the orange?
Actually, I don't know exactly how this color was chosen because many were presented to us, basically all the different combinations you can imagine. But yes, as I mentioned, we made a survey. We had the different sets of the packages. We wanted to present the different price positions. So this was important. We wanted the consumers to understand different price positions. So also we wanted the consumers to notice the package on the shelves. And the last one was also that we wanted the most famous sub-brands were still noticeable. So it was a bigger survey where one part was this orange-blue combination. And actually, well, you don't know it, and I guess it's not smart to ask from you, but we are usually asking from the audience that what do you think, how big part of Kalev packages are now orange? The answers are somewhere between 30 till 60, and the reality is 15, so it's working much better than it actually is. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Annika, and thanks to all the speakers we had today. Thank you for your experience you shared with us. You came here. Thank you to all our partners. Thank you to all NAPA organizers who worked really hard to make this day happen. And now, really shortly, we will have a celebration here. So after a short break, please join us back here to honor the best of the best packaging design this year. Okay, it's really hot in here. I don't know. Okay, I guess an event like this should begin with something like, "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen." And now, to be a little bit more serious, I want to welcome you all to the 9th NAPA Baltic Awards ceremony. And tonight we are going to celebrate the exceptional craftsmanship, ideas, and execution behind the best packaging in consumer goods this year. So that's a lot to celebrate. And as you see, we have a lot of awards to give away. So firstly, congratulations to all of our finalists who made it through the shortlists. That's a huge award as well. Your designs have demonstrated exceptional creativity and skill, proving that good things do indeed come in beautifully designed packages. Thank you all the jury members for hard work this week, picking the best from 128 entries. That's a lot packaging to see in a couple of days. So remember, folks, tonight we celebrate the designs that make you slow your cart in the aisle, the packages that are impossible to throw away. So please don't hesitate to applaud your colleagues and applaud the best of the best. Okay, let's begin. Nobody wants to hear me anyway. Okay, now I want to ask our jury members to present the category we are awarding. And first, I would like to ask Marco to join me. I know that you don't know which category you will present, so I'm sorry for that. So now we will have confectionery, snacks, and desserts. So maybe you could tell a word or two on how the process of judging went, and maybe you have some insights.
Well, I think the process went perfectly. Like in general, that we had like not saying that we had like always like the same opinion of everything, but our process was very smooth. That we took the time that everyone kind of carefully like looked the samples and everything, and then like having a little chit chat around those, and then voting after that we had like a time enough to look at the stuff, and yeah, so that's how we ended up. And like in general, the level of what we are awarding here, it was like extremely high.
You hear? Applaud yourselves, come on. Really nice. So I think let's go on and see the prize here. So, okay, we have first bronze this year, and the first bronze goes to Agency Milk for Hurricane Coffee Chocolate. You can take the bronze. Yes. Yes. And please smile. Please smile. There is a photographer. We will get better in the at the end. Now we have silver for Root Design and Branding Bureau for Meaningful. Silver? Do we have? No? I think no. So this is for me, okay? Okay, and now we have fresh food category, and we have silver for Cobra Agency and Harkis. Yes, silver, yes. I didn't know. No. Someone. Aš nežinau, kad jie yra visi, parašyti. A little misunderstanding. So thank you, Marco. I won't hold you here for long. Now I will ask Ben and Matt here. We will have non-alcoholic beverages category, but you can tell us a little bit more about the whole process of judging.
Yeah, Marco sort of played it down a little bit because we had some fist fights. There was wrestling. In fact, the gold was awarded by who could do the best headlock. So there was a lot of anger and fighting. But yeah, no, we didn't have that. Yeah, I really agree with what Marco said. Like the quality of the work, I think for us as UK designers, we're in a bit of a bubble. Always looking to the UK and the USA and stuff. And perhaps I know that the Baltic for us has been out of our radar, and we're just so impressed with the work and the quality of the work. Especially that it wasn't filtered before we saw it. So yeah, just big congratulations to everybody who was involved.
Okay, thank you. So now let's move on to the prizes. So non-alcoholic beverages category, first bronze goes to Controleo Burnett Estonia, Verska original glass bottle. No, oh no. Oh no, not that. Okay, a little bit, sorry. No, we are going to prepared food category. And we will have bronze here for kid design and just nature.
Prepared food. Wszystko okej, no?
Okay, second bronze in prepared food category goes to Ann Studio and Backstage Cafe. And now, non-alcoholic beverages. Let's see if it's correct. Yes, sorry. And first bronze goes to Controleo Burnett Estonia, Verska original glass bottle. Oh, okay, I will take this one. Second bronze goes to Kid Design, Livo cocktail syrups. We have one more bronze here, and it goes to Bond for Martville. Okay, now silver. Herman Drowning, aka Evaldas Bubinas for Linksmonadas. Silver. Okay, moving to next category, low alcohol beverages. Bronze, Not Perfect Vilnius, IPA Day 23. And gold in low alcohol beverages goes to Flow Branding Studio, Kuopio, brewing the unexpected. Okay, thank you guys. Now we can relax a little bit. Okay, do we have Uwe here? Yes, I see. Can you join me on the stage to give him some prize? Uwe? No? Sorry, I'm sorry.
I have no idea why they asked me to present this. I really, yeah. Thank you. Well, honestly, we had to try this stuff, and it was really fun. Apart from that, we really took it serious and had really tough discussions on some of the pieces we've seen. So it was an up and down, and we moved it to silver and back to bronze, and from bronze out. And no. But it was really, the quality was absolutely high, and I can say it from international perspective. Well, I'm in other juries, and I really see what comes in there. And I must say, what we've seen here is really top-notch, really international level, super cool. You're doing fantastic work.
Thank you. So I hope you'll help me to give some of those prizes. And we move to the first bronze. And the first bronze goes to Kamil Barčantevič, Okovita Zvina Brandy. Second bronze in this category goes to Contour Leo Burnett, Aunados 23. Yes. Okay. And now we have a gold. Ooh, it will be. Okay, so the gold in the category goes to Flow Branding Studio, Assergin Daybreak. Nobody came. 2, 4. Okay, so I think that's it. Yes? Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. You had no hands to shake. And now I'd like to ask Beatrice to join me. I'm sorry, I'm very blinded by the lights, so. Okay. Were there two? No?
Do I have to say something about the judging process?
If you want to. Yes.
Just an additional comment. While we were evaluating the 128
yes.
on a screen, it was a completely different experience than seeing it in person and touching and feeling and seeing all the effects. And it completely brought the work to life. And it was a magical experience. And like the previous judges said, that we had some disagreements, but mostly I think the voting was plus or minus unanimous. So that was great.
Great. So let's move on to the awards. Okay. So we have silver here. And silver goes to Ant Studio for Wagga Wagga Kids. Okay, second silver goes to Cobra Agency and EES. Congrats! Third silver in this category goes to Grzegorz Solowiński and Maciej Fremus for our scripts. And now we are moving to artisan projects. category, and we have 1 silver here. Yes, 1 silver here. And it goes to etiquette for smells like spells. Tuukka. Beatrice, ačiū. Thank you. Now I would like to ask Tuukka here. Do you have anything to add?
To the other category? I think everything is pretty much said. Like the whole experience was super fun, I think. And it was so nice meeting everybody here. And like it's been said, the quality of the work has been really good. And I really enjoy these type of competitions where the aim is to kind of lift the craft up with no monetary gain in that way. That everything is free, everybody can participate, and it's open for everybody. So I think that's a really important thing in this competition also.
Thank you. So, as you see, we don't have a lot of awards left, so let's move on. And first bronze goes to Dozen Branding Agency for half and half. Okay, congratulations, yes. Silver in this category goes to Pimproof Unique Studio for Respo. Last today's silver goes to Kit Design for Latvijos Banka collector coin packaging. And I think the best way to end the evening is with 2 golden awards. So first gold in others category is going to Great and Golden for Undo. And we have one more category. It's limited edition. And we have 1 gold, as you see here, for Not Perfect Vilnius for Pascalinė. Thank you for helping me. And I want to ask you one more round of applause for all the design we made this year. Yes. Okay, now I want to say a bunch of thank yous. I have to do that because there are a lot of people to thank. First of all, thank you all who joined us today here and online. Thank you to all the designers, design studios, clients, agencies for creating exceptional design each year and pushing our all industry forward. Thank you to all our partners, Food on Foot, Biržų Duona, Rings of Joy, Gubernia, of course, Menų spaustuvėje for hosting today's event. Thanks to all the NAPA team who made this event possible. Yes. And now, for final word, I want to ask Algirdas Orantas to say a couple of words.
Okay, so thank you, Aiste. Before my thank you, I want just to mention that Lena and Eva also, our jury members, was judging, but in some, organizing mistakes, you didn't come to give awards, so sorry. But everyone was on the list. And yeah, so this is like Packaging Design Christmas, or biggest event for packaging designers in Lithuania, and I guess in Baltics, and I guess in few years it will be around the Baltics, Sweden, Finland, and Poland, and all the countries will be celebrating Packaging Design Awards. So we started 9 years ago. We're going stronger, bigger, more international, better quality. And so let's celebrate. Thank you.
Okay.
Just very short, sorry. I didn't said it before that I would like. But actually, this is like the first year that in Poland, we were asking designers to come to submit their works, and we have a lot of winners, like 4 or 5, so congratulations to them, and congratulations to you. You're aspiring, you're growing, so it's a huge success.
Thank you.
Yeah. And now I think it's the best time to go and celebrate those pretty awards in the yard just behind the Menų spaustuvėje. Thanks.